Okay, good evening, councillors, members of the gallery and those watching at home. I declare our meeting of council open at 6:01 p.m. And as a sign of respect to the traditional owners, I'd like to start today's proceedings by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands of elders past and present on which we celebrate today and other Aboriginal people who may be present. Okay, may I have a mover and a seconder for the minutes of the ordinary council meeting on the 18th of March, please? Moved by Deputy Mayor Robins, seconded by Councillor Beaujard. All those in favour? Declare that carried. Up to item number 4, disclosures of interest and ethical obligations. Councillors, in accordance with our Code of Meeting Practice on page 2 of the agenda, reminds us of our oaths and affirmations of office made under section 233A of the Local Government Act 1993. In accordance with clause 4.25 and 4.26 of the Code of Conduct, returns made by council's designated persons may be tabled at council meetings. Tabled tonight, we have 5 returns from designated persons. Now, councillors, if we have any declarations of interest you wish to make, please do so now. Councillor Ruth Robins.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to declare item 17.2, services for on-site management of Currawong Beach cottages. I wish to declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest relating to the recommendation of the report as an extended member of the recommended tenderer is a casual acquaintance. And as such, I don't see that my impartiality is compromised, so I'll stay for discussion and voting on this matter.
Okay. Councillors, anyone else? Okay, thank you very much. We'll now move to item 5, public forum and public address. Councillors, we have 10 speakers tonight, so before we commence, I wish to remind speakers that this meeting is being broadcast over the internet, and I also want to remind the audience that filming or taking photographs is not permitted in the chamber. Speakers must agree to the following before permitted to address council. You will not disrupt the conduct of the meeting and treat people with respect and courtesy. You will not denigrate or make defamatory or personal attacks on councillors or staff. That council accepts no responsibility for comments made by you at public forum and public address that could lead to a claim of defamation by any person either in the public gallery, viewing the meeting via the internet or through any other media. Okay, and with that we kick off into public forum. Our first speaker is Genevieve Laipa. On the proposed rate rise increase. And just a reminder, there'll be a timer when you speak, and there'll be a noise that lets you know when you've got 30 seconds left.
Hello everyone, my name's Genevieve.
It's not on. Okay, now we're ready.
Hello everyone, my name's Genevieve. Firstly, I'd like to talk about the welcome to country because I think it could come in the future with concomitant reparations. In the 60s, the rise of the Aboriginal movement politicised the one people's narrative, and that became the dominant theory, rather than the tri- or the multi-hybrid theories we were all taught at school. There are multiple anthropological trails. Oh, what we choose to remember and what we choose to forget. If we're only visitors here, why are we paying council rates? And is council currently paying reparations from our rates and or setting us up for reparations? Questions. People have asked me the following questions. I told them I was speaking at council and I told I would ask council on their behalf. Does the council funding of drag queen shows for preschoolers constitute predatory behaviour to minors? Is it the crime of enticement? Is it a crime for taxpayers to fund this criminal activity? Does that make us complicit? And is this what the extraordinary rate hikes are going to be used for? Did council organise the same shows for the elderly? Does council's silence on 5G represent lack of governance and a breach of Section 62 of the Local Government Act 1993? 5G towers carry out assault. They penetrate your body. Are our rate rises going to fund iatrogenics? Is the council an ABN trading company masquerading as a tier of government? Under the Fair Work Act 2009, Section 35, Division 2, Subdivision C, if you have an ABN and you employ people, you're a corporation. Under the 2013 Public Governance, Performance and Accountability Act, it says you cannot be a corporate and a non-corporate government at the same time. So if council is a trading corporation, does council have a signed wedding contract with all the ratepayers under the Corporations Act 2001? If there's no contract, does not the claim for payment represent enrichment under the Competition and Consumer Act 2010? There's no mention of taxing land in the Constitution, inclusio unis e exclusio alteris. See Fiji versus the Northern Territory, HCA 58. In 1988, there was a referendum question to recognise local government as a third tier of government and include government in the Constitution. The people said no. 68.3% of the vote in New South Wales said no. Does this mean that all the people working for council now are taking ratepayers' money illegally and are going to have to take it back? The gay pride flags are an unsolicited service under the Unsolicited Goods and Services Act 1974, number 89, section 5.198. Unless you put up straight flags, that's discrimination. I don't consent to my ratepayers' money being used for these such things. I do not consent to the rate increases. I do not consent to the rate increases. I do not consent to the rate increases. Law of return, finished.
Thank you. Okay. Second person up is Mr Richard White, SRV request submitted to IPUB.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Northern Beaches People's Voice, and I wish to elaborate on a couple of the points we made to IPART in our submission 2 or 3 weeks ago. But first, I would like to remind you back in August last year, Michael Regan, the then Mayor, the former Mayor, said upon his resignation as a councillor that council is in a strong and sound financial shape. Yet just 3 months later, you, Madam Mayor, announced that council was in such dire financial straits it would need to seek a 40% rate increase. Madam Mayor, what was it that you and your councillors discovered in those 3 months, given that the council's executives and staff had not changed in that period? One of our objections to council seeking a 40% rate increase that would raise $500 million was that this would allow council to create an unrestricted future works fund of more than $180 million, including $150 million for unidentified capital projects. I repeat the word unidentified. Madam Mayor, would you please inform the ratepayers just what capital projects your council had in mind that could cost upwards of $150 million? In the 5 years to June 24, the CPI increased by 20%, but council's employment benefit and on-costs increased by 27% and materials and services by 41%, including a 31% increase in corporate support services. Madam Mayor, could you please inform ratepayers why and how these excessive increases occurred? And finally, I note that motion 148/24, which was carried on the 25th of June last year, required council to, quote, receive a report and recommendations to improve the 24-25 operating results as part of the September quarterly budget review, and to, quote, receive a report and recommendations on options to improve the long-term financial plan for 24-34. Madam Mayor, I ask, were those reports and recommendations received? Were they acted upon, and if so, what were the outcomes? Would you please remind ratepayers of these outcomes? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker up is Mr Graham Wood, potential savings for council going forward.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Graham Wood, and I spoke last month about the IT systems in the Northern Beaches Council. As you may remember, we were told that the systems could not identify projects that were running late or over budget. This was in response to a question from Councillor De Luca requesting information on capital project exposure. Well, earlier this month, a few ratepayers spent an hour in the council with the council manager of assets and reviewed the Technology One application reports and common queries. Now, I would suggest that some of the councillors actually do what we did and actually get off your bum and go in downstairs and have a look at what's going on. The system can tell us all of those queries that we thought were being told it wasn't working. So why can't the staff inform councillors of this information when requested? Why aren't the councillors themselves trained to the capability of the IT system to look at it themselves? Why aren't the councillors not asking more questions, similar to what Councillor De Luca asked on exposures of expenditure? And then more importantly, why aren't the council staff doing more analysis and actions themselves on the rogue contractors and rogue project managers within the council and make people more accountable? I note with interest that the new budget highlights new projects with loose definitions, maybe to justify the rate increases. The ratepayers request and actually demand that the focus be on the repair and upkeep of existing infrastructure, manage them as small projects with minimal resources so they're controllable, define the projects with clear objectives, details and measures, and then measure the outcomes with clear objectives and timelines. I would therefore assume that externally funded projects paid for by the state and federal departments require this detailed review, e.g. the Mona Vale extension. Now, all of this information is available to the public in 50-page PDF-based documents with many multicoloured charts and diagrams, I suspect purposefully designed to swamp any reader. Therefore, I request the council and the councillors do more to manage their projects and do more to tell us what the status of these projects are without complex diagrams. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr Wood. Next speaker up is Mr Robert Bruce. Council expenditure and proposed rate increases, further to questions raised at the March meeting.
Okay. Good evening. I apologise, it's been an absolute bugger of a day, so I've left what I had prepared at home. Following on from Graham and following on from the last meeting, we were contacted by Campbell. I'm sorry, I've forgotten your surname, sir. And we had 2 minutes worth of pleasantries, followed by the direct question, how do you actually track your budgets? Bang, within 30 seconds, it was literally pulled up and displayed on a screen. So what does that actually tell us? That tells us that ratepayers who do not have access to anywhere near the amount of council staff as you people do, with 2 3-minute talks and 3 minutes with Campbell, found the exact answers to the exact question of, do you have the ability to pull budgets and understand where each project is at? And the answer is yes. Now, whilst I'm talking about Campbell, he has also diligently followed up on a number of other questions, but let's ask ourselves where this actually takes us. This means that as a council, you have told your ratepayers that information was not available, yet it is. I have seen it. I have been shown it. You have, either by deliberate or inadvertent efforts, misled the ratepayers. Your CEO has allowed you to mislead your ratepayers. Your Chief Operating Officer sitting there has allowed you to mislead your ratepayers. Under any form of Westminster government system, that form of misleading conduct calls for you to resign. And I now put it to you directly. No more subtleties. It is time that you people actually started either doing your job and representing the ratepayers, or you should resign. It makes no difference whether you're a uni student, because you guys should be right at the crux of asking questions, or whether you are an experienced campaigner. You should be asking questions, and you are not. These are very simple questions. Various members of the public are giving you those questions to ask. You have your briefings every Tuesday night, and yet you still can't get it done. I again call on you all, including the CEO and the Chief Operating Officer, to resign and get some people in who can actually start representing the community.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Bruce. Next person up is Mr. Christopher Burns on the value of public libraries.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I come to praise public libraries, not to bury them. One of the most common assertions about the council, after claims it should just do rates, roads and rubbish, is that it is a business. Strangest business I've ever seen. What business would spend $11 million a year on sports fields and only recoup $2 million in fees from the users? One of council's chief roles is to facilitate the creation and provision of social goods like community sport, and a social good that I really value, our public library service. The State Library of New South Wales collects comprehensive statistics on public libraries across the state every year. I've been a librarian for 30 years, but not at a council library for the past 20. And public libraries have been benchmarking their performances for much longer than that. Here's a few stats to reassure ratepayers that the Northern Beaches Library Service is not some outlier of extravagance, as some would have you believe. The latest available figures are for 23-24. In terms of total expenditure, roughly $13.5 million, it ranks 10th in the state, but is one of the largest LGAs. On a per capita basis for library expenditure, Northern Beaches is ranked 64th out of the 90 services, and for expenditure on library materials per capita, 81st. For staff costs per capita, it's 51st out of 90. None of these figures scream waste or extravagance. And in its response to COVID and the establishment of the 24/7 library at Forestville, to name but two achievements, the service has demonstrated an ongoing commitment to innovation and agility. Our public libraries serve more than just their registered borrowers for all sorts of purposes: internet access, heat refuges, meeting places, events, the list goes on. They are a central community asset. The expectation that combining the three services would provide big staff cost savings is a little wrong-headed. There's still the same number of desk shifts to be resourced, the same number of books to be reshelved, the same number of information requests, all those local history images to be scanned and catalogued, etc. And if you shut down DY Library, as one of Councillor DeLuca's constituents seems to be suggesting we should do, what would you do with the stock? And what would you do with that fairly unique space anyway?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burns. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Katia Morossi Business operating without a DA. Katia Morossi. Okay, all right, well, we'll move out of public forum and move into public address then. So we have item 13.1, which is the public exhibition outcome of the Safer Neighbourhoods program. Michael Geros coming to speak for.
Thanks for the opportunity to address Council on this issue, Madam Mayor. Unfortunately, my points are nowhere controversial and may put the councillors to sleep. However, the local traffic committee, in preparing the neighbourhoods program, Safer Neighbourhoods program for North Narrabeen, from Narrabeen to Mona Vale, I feel have done quite a good job. We're considering there have been over 500 submissions on this matter. I think the main benefit of it is going to be to avoid the rat run along Ocean Street, Sydney Road and extensions, avoiding 11 sets of traffic lights in Pittwater Road. I did make a submission myself about this to Council, but it's not sort of been, it doesn't appear to have been either considered or included in the deliberations. I'd just like to raise them again for Council's consideration. The idea of closing Devitt Street to make it one way eliminates a mini rat run from off Ocean Street to avoid the lights at the fire station. This will be closed and a benefit, I feel, but in running along Ocean Street, you get to the lights and all the traffic forms one lane. There are, however, 2 lanes available in that area, and the traffic sensors are set up to carry 2 lanes, but you never see 2 lanes of traffic there. I think by the simple inclusion of some signposting and line marking, the 2 lanes can become known to the public and be available and reduce the waiting times at the lights. The second matter I wish to bring up is the report indicates a lack of parking in the area. There is, however, down at near North Narrabeen Surf Club parking area, 2 blocks of council-owned land that are currently overrun and unused. These could be used to include or to increase parking in that very popular area. With regard to a possible amendment to what the design has come up with, the intersection of Wellington and Lagoon Streets shows a roundabout at the crest of a hill. I think that's an unsafe area for a roundabout, and signage to stop traffic turning right from Wellington Street into Lagoon might be more suitable. The last thing I want to mention is that the improvements there of having roundabouts will be great. Could I ask for a slight extension, Madam Mayor?
Okay, moved by Councillor Glanville, seconded by Councillor Robins. Those in favour? Those against? Okay, so everyone except Councillor Bingham. Yep, okay. Quick extension.
Thank you, councillors. The situation with new roundabouts will greatly improve the traffic movement in the area. However, when the original development was done there were no splay corners provided on any of the properties at street intersections. I think with any future development in the area, although the roundabouts will improve, council should have a policy of requiring the dedication of splay corners on any future development there and throughout the whole of the Shire. Okay. Sorry, it's not a Shire, the local government area, my apologies.
Yep. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, same topic, different area, but it's the same item. Kenneth Douglas Hill from North Balgala.
Hi, thank you. Mine's less controversial or topical, I suppose, but I'm happy with the initiative to create safer neighbourhoods and everything, and most of the design that's been done in these neighbourhoods is good. I just wanted to talk about the rat run in Serpentine Crescent, sorry. There's just a couple of missed opportunities, and there's also a kind of a significant corner, which is, I live on that street, so there's multiple sort of occasions of head-on collisions where people are crossing the road. So I think I've sent through a markup and everything of my sort of proposed changes, but I just think there's a missed opportunity with the traffic devices where the bike track arrives onto Serpentine Crescent from Burnt Bridge Creek deviation. I think you could kill two birds with one stone if you created like a raised traffic crossing there and then slowing traffic as well as allowing people to cross the road, because that's also where the footpath finishes, so people end up walking along the road from there north, so it's dangerous basically unless you want to build a footpath. And then the speed hump is located at the top of a crest, which will basically become a ski jump. If you're going to not slow down, you will end up getting air before you turn into the corner and crash. So I just think that the speed hump needs to be located to the other side to stop people from crossing onto the wrong side of the road and having a head-on collision with other cars heading north. It's a blind corner, so there's like hedges right up to the corner. I've provided photos as well. It's basically very dangerous. There's another speed hump further up the street, which is also probably could be located better because there's another turn where people cross the centre of the road and ultimately could end up being in a head-on collision, and also with pedestrians walking along the street. It just there's a lot of interaction between cars and pedestrians and cyclists, etc. That's another point. That blind corner, you've got kids on electric bikes whizzing down there, and you've got cars coming around that corner on the wrong side of the road. It will be it won't end very well. I think that's pretty much all I've got to say. So I'm not sure if this is the right sort of place to voice it, but I did sort of offer these amendments. I'm not sure if they're being considered, but I would be happy to take a call and, I don't know, talk to the traffic engineers, whoever's involved, to maybe try and come up with a better solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Douglas Hill. Okay, same topic again. This time Susan McDonald from Narrabeen.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and councillors. I support too the positive outcomes of this Safer Neighbourhoods program, which I'm about to talk about. My name's Sue McDonald and I live in Narrabeen Street. So I'm here to address about the Safer Neighbourhoods program, and there have been some great positives, but I'm really here to speak specifically about Narrabeen Street between Ocean Street and the main driveway exit for our apartment block of 32 units. The main driveway for this apartment block, which has 77 car parking spaces, exits onto Narrabeen Street at the end of the proposed 11 angle parking spots. This will be extremely dangerous for drivers to be able to see around the last angle park vehicle, which could be a van or a tradies ute. It will mean having to try and pull out at least halfway across Narrabeen Street to be able to see any of the cars which will be coming west. Cars, trucks, bikes, whatever, that drive down west down Narrabeen Street to avoid the traffic lights at the fire station. It's really an accident waiting to happen for those who know Narrabeen Street. As well as that, there could be a bus coming east into Narrabeen Street because the buses now use it as the end of their run to go and park in Ocean Street. I've got some photos which show now how far we need to go out onto Narrabeen Street to be able to see out now. So if there's angle parking, we're going to have to go twice as far out. I'll present those somehow. Council proposes also 30-degree angle parking spots on the southern side of Narrabeen Street. They justify this decision in their report by saying, and I quote, it will result in more on-street parking than previous. At present, there is parking spaces for 11 cars parallel parked in that area. So that justification is wrong. And I've got a photo of 11 cars parked there on Friday too. Bit more evidence. Why have they chosen to cancel angle parking in Waterloo Street, which is wider, busier and more commercial than Narrabeen Street? There was a difference there of 2 spaces, whereas in Narrabeen Street, there will be exactly the same number of parking spaces as before. So we just see it as a waste of money. And also, where will removalists, trucks, etc. park? The Safer Neighbourhood Program objective, and I quote from the council report, aims to reduce the number and severity of motor vehicle accidents while creating a safer environment for vulnerable road users through enhancing local street safety. Well, this proposal for Narrabeen Street directly contradicts this objective, and we urgently ask you, Madam Mayor and councillors, to review and defer the decision so it is not confirmed tonight with all the other safer other changes for the Narrabeen Safer Neighbourhoods program. Yep. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Councillor De Luca.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. In accordance with clause 10.19, I direct my question to the CEO. Could council please explain why the angle parking has been put as it is, and has the issue of danger raised by Ms McDonald been considered?
Through you, Mayor Hines, yes, the issue of safety has been considered. The matter's been assessed by a road safety audit and has been deemed to be safe. In terms of the matters put by Ms McDonald, I would agree there's 2 ways of looking at it. There's actually 15 car spaces and the intention is to increase car parking in the area.
In relation to Ms McDonald's concerns as to the objectives of the actual program and that council is acting completely contradictory to those objectives, what is council's response in that regard?
Through you, Mayor Hines, my answer is it's in alignment with the intention of the program. By making the street narrower, you definitely provide intention to actually slow the traffic down.
Noting that Narrabeen Street curb on the south side is 150 millimetres in height, and that the Australian Standard 2890.1 2004 mandates the use of wheel stops when curbs exceed 100 millimetres in height, should wheel stops be placed here in view of the rear parking?
Through you, Mayor Hines, I'd have to take that on notice. It would be done through the final design process.
Thank you. And then in relation to concerns that have been raised both by Ms McDonald and several members of the community about emissions from car vehicles, and particularly noting that with rear to curb parking, there will be emissions. Not everyone will buy EV cars as suggested in the report. Has council undertaken any occupational health and safety review? What are the risks and exposures to residents, bearing in mind the Australian Standard acknowledges that angle parking can present greater hazards than parallel parking and may need to be considered in conjunction with other safety measures?
Through you, Mayor Hines, the location of the exhaust pipes will be approximately the same as parallel parking, as due to the angle of the entry of the car. I would also note that there's about a 6 metre verge section there, so there is a fair distance between there and the residents.
Thanks for that answer. Was any occupational health and safety study undertaken, and is it compliant with Australian standards?
through you, Mayor Hines, not an occupational health and safety study, a road safety audit.
And that addressed that issue?
It takes into account all road safety matters.
Okay, and then just in relation to the question from the resident in writing that the Australian standards perhaps aren't being met in that regard, could you either address that or take that on notice, please?
Through you, Mayor Hines, I don't know the specifics of it. I'll have to come back to you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next person up is Mr Isaac Pudney on notice of motion supporting the Northern Beaches Youth Advisory Group.
Good evening, Mayor, staff and councillors. Young people are the leaders of tomorrow, as we are the Northern Beaches' next generation and future decision makers. These are the lines I'm sure you've heard time and time again. However, I refute those lines greatly. We are the leaders of today, the present's decision makers, and a current generation ensuring the Beaches is a diverse and inclusive place to live, work and play. Councillors, I'm here to put my support behind today's motion strengthening Council's Youth Advisory Group. As a member of this fantastic group myself, I've had the pleasure of being part of something much bigger than myself and having the opportunity to play an active role within Council and the broader community, shaping the place that we all get to call home. From my time in YAG, echoed too by Councillor Hernjack, a former YAG member himself, the Youth Advisory Group should no longer be restricted to its title of advisory. Our 24-member group, consisting of young people aged 12 to 24, presents an unmissable opportunity to engage with an accurate reflection of the Beaches youth population, building upon our current role within Council as a part of their consultative process and as a sounding board to the various community pioneers who choose to engage with young people. Councillor Beaujard and Hernjack's motion allows for YAG to prepare and present their own motions at council meetings, ensuring that the voices of young people from across the peninsula is heard loud and clear, recognising our array of talents and the integral role we play in the decision-making process. Furthermore, this motion builds on the Youth Voice Action Plan to strengthen communication between us, YAG, and you, councillors, to work collaboratively on delivering a present and future for us all. This clause ensures Council is committed in full to serving the community, reaffirming its thorough decision-making process and promoting active engagement with those it represents. By empowering the Youth Advisory Group with the tools, trust and platform to lead, you are setting the standard for what real youth engagement looks like. Not as token voices, but as partners in progress towards a stronger community now and into the future. So, let us not talk about change, let us lead with it. Councillors, it is my absolute pleasure to put forward my support for the motion before you all today, allowing young people to go beyond the wings and take to the stage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr Pudney. Okay, councillors, we now move into items by exception, and I would ask you to be mindful of whether it's necessary to call out an item if the officer's recommendation is sound. I'll also be providing an opportunity for notices of motion to be moved by exception. If you wish to call out a nom, please do so when I get through to the item shortly. So firstly, may I have a mover and a seconder for this motion for items adopted by exception? Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham. Okay. So first item 7.1, the Merrill Minute. I'll pull out. Item 9.1, the draft exhibition of the draft Community Strategic Plan 2025 to 2040, Resourcing Strategy, Delivery Program 2025-2029, Operational Plan and Budget 25-26. Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Hackman. Item 9.2, Councillor Strategic Plan. Item 9.3, Revocation of Advertising and Advertisements Policy, A-frame signs. Councillor Causey. 9.4, Draft Risk Appetite Statement. Councillor Hackman. 9.5, Benchmarking Program, Financial Year 2022-2023. 9.6, Monthly Investment Report for February 2025. Councillor Glanville. 9.7, Audit and Risk Committee Improvement Minutes. 10.1, Review of the Community Centres Policy. Councillor Causey. 11.1, the minutes of the Northern Beaches Bushfire Management Committee held on December 3rd, 2024. 13.1, Safer Neighbourhoods Program, Traffic Proposals. Councillor Grattan and Councillor DeLuca, there's a few of you. 13.2, Alternative Procurement, Lease and Licence Village Park at Monavale. 14.1, Notice of Motion, Clean, Green and Local. Oh, sorry, I've jumped one, so sorry. 13.3, Review of Management of Beach and Water Safety Policy. 14.1, Notice of Motion, Clean, Green and Local. 14.2, Notice of Motion, Bantry Bay Explosives Depot. 14.3, Notice of Motion, Identification of Potential Locations for Affordable Housing. 14.4, Notice of Motion, Supporting the Northern Beaches Youth Advisory Group. 17.1, Community Centres Keyless Access.
Sorry, am I able to call out 16.1, the response to that question with notice?
You can ask a question. Yep. Okay, I'm going to get to that.
And I have a question on that too.
Yep. Just hold on a moment. 17.1 was the keyless community centres keyless. So, Councillor Beaujard. 17.2, Services for On-Site Management of Currawong Beach Cottages. Councillor Grattan. So there'll be two of you at least. 17.3, the Stuart Somerville Bridge repairs. 17.4, the design services for Condover Reserve remediation and stabilisation. You have a question for 17.3? Okay, councillors, if any councillors wish to ask a question on any responses provided in the business papers at 16, please let me know the item number and I'll take a note of it, and we will get to those after the confidential and noms. So you have some questions for the answers to the questions, Councillor Glanville?
In relation to 16.1 concerning libraries.
Okay. And Councillor DeLuca? 16.1 as well? Any others? Okay. Okay, I now ask staff to put the items on the screen. Okay, all those for? We've got a mover and a seconder. Anyone against? Declare that carried. Sorry, it's so blue. Yep. Just. Yeah, I'm there. Okay, we're up to item 7.1. Sorry, let me just go back to the numbers. I'll fix that up in a moment. Okay, item 7.1, a mayoral minute. Please don't run away with my piece of paper. This is a minute to do with not only a recent announcement made by the then Minister for Transport, identifying the Northern Beaches and Mossman in particular about beaches parking and how it needs to be fair and equitable for all, of which more detail came out from that. The Mayor of Mossman and I have been having a discussion besides what the original announcement was. And it's really obvious that as the council with the largest LGA, with the largest amount of beaches, that this is going to affect our residents greatly. Currently, as you would know, every ratepayer gets 2 stickers. We always strongly, beach stickers, we always strongly recommend that anyone who's a landlord, please pass them on to their tenants. Some do and some don't. We're very aware that there can be a bit of a black market, but the expectation of a blanket rule to say that everyone deserves to have the same equity of parking that the ratepayers do, I find quite strange, considering we are an area where we know that visitors love to come. In summer, our beaches are very full, very well used, very well loved. Those beaches look good because of the funds that are raised through parking from the visitors. We need that turnover. It's an expectation that when someone comes to visit our beaches that they're clean, that we have lifeguards, that we have ocean pools. We have many ocean pools that need upkeep. That this just seems to be an expectation, but it doesn't come out of anywhere. It's got to come from something, and that's part of what we utilise our beach parking for. The assumption, if you kind of look at what was actually put out by New South Wales Transport, was along the lines of, well, actually any New South Wales resident needs fair and equitable parking. Well, what is fair? We have residents here who also deserve to be having their access to their parking, and having 2 stickers at the time is what is fair to our residents who already pay to live in the area, and the visitors who come to visit the area need to pay for the upkeep of those beaches. So I would formally ask all of you to please support this notice of motion. Okay, Councillor Causey. Sorry, just let me capture names because your names flash up and down. I saw Councillor DeLuca's name. Do you still want to say something? And there was someone else. Okay, sorry, I just want to make sure I'm capturing you. Councillor Causey?
I sent an amendment to governance earlier this afternoon and wonder if you'd accept that as an addition.
I think that's a very good addition, that we should be asking the state government to provide funding to cover the cost. So yes, I'm willing to accept that. Councillor De Luca. Councillor Causey, can you turn your light off? Thank you.
Thank you. Just before I commence, that needs to be, I think, better worded, that if the proposed permanent parking and pay guidelines were to be introduced.
Yep. Yes. At the beginning. You mean right at the beginning? Yeah, I agree. Any other comment?
No, now I'll go to the actual substantive mayoral minute. I support the mayoral minute in that I do believe this is a poorly conceived, inconsistent and unclear policy direction made for political expedience by the New South Wales government. It concerns me greatly that yet again the New South Wales government seeks to impose, I should say, on council unnecessary expenditure and seek reward for it by votes. This is a unfortunate, disingenuous political move by the state government that will have a significant adverse financial impact on the ratepayers of the Northern Beaches. Many years ago, the then Mayor of Warringah proposed to actually reduce the 2 parking stickers to 1. Now, there's been just a few issues on the Northern Beaches, the 40% proposed rate rise, and that issue that I have ever seen occasion so many complaints and outrage by the community. The 2 parking stickers are sacrosanct to residents of the Northern Beaches and ratepayers. Taking this council's authority away to manage that is disgraceful and will lead to unnecessary expenditure and financial losses, as I stated. So I think we need to oppose this in the strongest possible terms, apart from seeking support and writing to the Premier and Minister for Transport. I think perhaps it should also be extended that we write to the shadow, to the Leader of the Opposition as well as the Shadow Transport Minister if the Mayor wishes to include that. And that this also be the subject of representations by our local MPs as well. So just after the Transport Minister, comma, and that we request local MPs, state MPs, to make representations on council's behalf. So, as I stated, I'm for the mayoral minute. This will have dreadful impacts on our community, and I think it's got to be stopped.
Yep, I'm happy with that. Councillor Glanville?
Thank you. I had an addition that I've sent through to governance, just, can't help myself. If that could get put up. I think that there's a few moving pieces as I see it with the concept introduced by the state government. I think there is some inherent unfairness that landlords can keep both their passes and we expect renters to have to buy a pass when objectively people who are landlords are probably better off compared to renters So in that sense, I can see where the state government has come from. On the other hand, I think their approach of going about it is wrong-headed and top-down as always. My proposed addition is for us to look at whether there is, whether we can review our current policy, which is that ratepayers get 2 parking stickers, whether there is, how feasible it would be to require landlords to share one of their permits with their tenant. At the moment, we ask nicely. Anyone who's been on a local buy, swap, sell page knows that that's probably the exception more than the rule. And it is unfair to renters that they are excluded, although I certainly don't support the state government's approach of just printing new stickers, given that the stickers do perform, limiting the number of stickers in a sense performs a useful function of discouraging people from driving to the beach and so on. So I would ask for that addition to be included, please.
Would you be open to, instead of a report, having a memo back to all councillors?
Sure.
Lovely.
Sorry, Councillor Bingham's kindly pointed out, just in relation to clause 3, where it says, and request state MPs, can that be local state MPs?
Yes, that would be helpful, otherwise
And
there'd be a lot
just-
of MPs.
And just a question in relation to clause 4. At law, can the CEO advise, can we compel landlords? Do we have jurisdiction to ever compel a landlord to actually provide a second parking sticker? Or can we educate that renters should look at their lease agreements and try and ensure that that's a provision of the lease agreement?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, I'd be happy to investigate those measures in the briefing note back to councillors.
Okay, with that, if everyone's happy with the wording, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous, declare that carried. Thank you very much. Okay, on to item 9.1. Okay, Councillor Beaujard is the mover and Councillor Hackman is the seconder. Councillor Beaujard.
Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, sorry. Questions first.
Questions first,
Sorry.
yes.
I'm jumping the gun. Questions of staff first. Councillor Causey.
I just have one question of staff. Could you please explain the timeline for this public exhibition? And because obviously at the moment we don't have a final decision on the SRV, so why do we need to bring this to this meeting to put it on public exhibition rather than leave it till later?
Through you, Chair. So under the IPNR Integrated Planning and Reporting Framework that councils are required to comply with, this suite of documents needs to go out on exhibition in April to allow at a minimum a 28-day period of consultation and then to feed back to council at the June meeting for a council to consider the consultation and the documents and determine if they're to adopt, noting that council need to have an adopted budget by the end of June. IPART have a separate time frame, so any council that has put in an application to consider to change the rates have to also work to IPART guidelines, and they don't provide a definitive date. It may be mid-May, it may be late May, that the decision on their review comes about, and they acknowledge that councils need to put their documents out earlier than that, and that councils need to, in the exhibition period, cover the largest scenario that has been submitted to IPART, and then councils ultimately in June will make a call that may be to whatever IPART have decided or their own decision, based on what was exhibited in April, notwithstanding the IPART decision was not known at the time it went on exhibition.
Okay, thank you. Councillor De Luca.
Thank you. My questions to the CEO. In view of the state government's new planning regime that will see a significant increase in development across the Northern Beaches, what analysis and resulting financial forecasts, if any, were undertaken by Council's management as to the increased revenue from rates, statutory DA fees and sections 711 and 712 development contributions? From the report and the attachment, such analysis appears not to have been undertaken and revenue forecasts altered accordingly. Is this correct?
Okay. Through the CEO to our COO. CFO. Don't know my alphabet today.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. No, that's relatively new, so we're still understanding what that might mean. That said, we are quite conservative with our estimates for development contributions because we obviously have a capital expenditure program behind that, which we don't want to start committing to without the funds in place.
Thank you. My next question is, in view of the significant amount of the revenue that will be received because of the state government's significant increase, particularly from rates, statutory DA fees and section 711 and 712 development applications, will this potentially negate the need for Council's proposed increase in rates by 40%?
No, thank you, through you, Mayor. So in terms of the development contributions, that partially funds the service. So the more activity in that space comes at a greater cost to the ratepayer. The development contributions will help fund infrastructure needs for those areas. It's generally quite restricted and there often tends to be a gap in what's needed in those communities to address the development. In terms of rates, unfortunately, there's not much growth in rates income when development comes along. It generally doesn't tend to grow very much in terms of population growth factors.
Thank you. Just in terms of rates, though, noting that, as an example, the recent media article that Warringah Mall and Brookvale will be developed significantly, will that not bring a substantial amount of dwellings that will occasion more rates, as well as the Manly Vale proposal and other areas near centres, town centres, etc.?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So Warringah Mall is a good example. So we have a subcategory for the mall. They pay a higher business category rate. If a portion of that land becomes residential, which has a lower yield in terms of rating revenue, we'll lose a portion of that business income. And the land value may or may not change depending on what's put on that land. The land value is going to help determine whether you've got any supplementary rates, but generally they don't tend to increase very much. What might happen is everybody else might pay a little bit less and you've got more people in perhaps a tower on that block paying your minimum rate.
Thank you. If anyone else has any further questions, because I've got some further questions, so I'm happy to let go and let others.
Keep asking away. Don't you do? Yeah. Okay.
So the delivery program identifies a substantial asset maintenance backlog, and we know that this is a primary cause for us to consider seeking additional revenue to prepare our assets for the risks ahead. Could I just ask what the asset maintenance performance measure goal is? I can see the result in 23-24 was 98.1 and forecast at 94.2% in 24-25. What's the goal?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So you're referring to the maintenance as opposed to the renewal ratio?
Yes.
Yep, okay. So in terms of maintenance, what our current target is to be spending 50 for next financial year, we'd like to be spending $54 million per year on maintenance.
Okay. And the long-term financial plan identifies the substantial asset maintenance backlog alongside some climate-related risks projected through to 2035. Given the scale of these projected liabilities, how frequently will Council review and potentially revise our financial assumptions?
Councillor Glanville, I've caught you. No, I've caught you as a question, which I will do after Councillor Causey, then DeLuca, and then you. So I've got you down in the list.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So we review all of these infrastructure maintenance and renewal ratios every year, and we report them in our financial statements to the community. We do a review every year. It is linked with the long-term financial plan, which we review each year. So the council reviewed its asset management plan only 12 months ago. A comprehensive review is done every 4 years, which is the one you have in front of you now.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Causey.
Just returning to the issue of increased development, I understand that at the moment it's very difficult for developers to borrow money for developments, and so, for example, they need to have sold every unit in a planned development before they can get funding from the bank. And it takes some time for DAs to be processed. So given that background, how likely is it that we will have any particular increase in developments and the rate base during the next year and the next 3 years?
Who's that going to? Through to the CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and apologies, the Director of Planning and Place is not here tonight. Councillor Causey, you're right. There is typically quite a lead time in the development of medium and high density housing. We project minimal increase in density over the next financial year.
Okay, thank you. Councillor DeLuca, you were next.
I'm happy for Councillor Glanville to go before me.
Councillor Glanville.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify some of the answers previously provided. Regarding development contributions, through you, Madam Mayor, are you able to just confirm my understanding that these funds could not be used to cover general maintenance backlogs, but are specifically to be applied for new infrastructure, which is directly tied to demand generated by that new development?
Through the CEO to Ms. Foley.
Thank you. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And concerning planning fees, again, my understanding is that the fees that we charge for that are regulated fees that are intended to essentially recover the cost of delivering that assessment service rather than contributing in any meaningful way to general revenue.
Through the CEO to Ms. Foley.
That's correct. Although the fee doesn't cover the service completely, there is a funding gap, which is covered by rates funding.
So to clarify, the extra DAs will cost us money as opposed to being a hypothetical cash cow?
Yes.
Thank
you. Okay, thank you. Councillor DeLuca. If no one else has any questions.
Thank you. I note from the papers that 39% of the total budget, being $172.8 million, will again be expended on salaries and on costs. A, could I please be advised what is the total number of management positions, e.g. the CEO, directors, executive general managers and managers, and the total salaries and on costs for those management positions?
Through the CEO to Ms. Foley.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. For management positions in the 25-26 budget, we have 110.7 positions at a cost of $25.8 million.
Thank you. Could I please be advised the total number of team leaders and coordinators and their total salaries and on costs?
Through you, Mayor, we have 175.9 of those positions at a cost of $25.4 million.
Thank you again. I note from correspondence from Surf Life Saving New South Wales to all councillors and management that management intends to take over and take in-house lifeguards previously employed by the Australian Lifeguard Service in the former Pittwater LGA. A, how many lifeguards from the former Pittwater LGA will now be employed or contracted directly by council, and what will be the total salaries and on costs for these lifeguards? Are those costs accounted for in this budget?
Through the CEO to Mr Pfeiffer.
Through you, Mayor Hines, we have not recruited the lifeguards for the service as yet. We've put an expression of interest out to the former ALS lifeguards for that process. In terms of the salaries, we have included a provision within the budget that includes the service being delivered in-house.
Thank you. So what's the amount of that in-house cost?
$1.4 million.
And how many existing lifeguards are there in the Pittwater LGA? That should tell us how many are actually coming over onto staff.
Through to Mr Pfeiffer.
Thank you, Mayor Hines. Through you, Mayor Hines. In terms of lifeguards that are in the current contract, there are a vast array of different employment conditions. So there's part-time, full-time and casual staff. So I would have to come back to you with the actual number of staff.
Thank you for taking that on notice. In addition to those staff coming on board, will additional managers be appointed to actually manage and oversee those lifeguards? And if so, what are their, how many and what's their total salaries?
Through you, Mayor Hines, no, it's planned to be managed from the existing management.
And then 3, noting that the Australian Lifeguard Service provides extensive infrastructure, not just for their lifeguards, but also for the surf lifesaving clubs of the former Pittwater LGA, what will be the total cost to council of new infrastructure, and are these costs accounted for in this budget?
Through you, Mayor Hines, I'll have to come back to you with the exact figures, but yes, it's accounted for within the budget. We're currently working with ALS around whether or not we purchase their equipment or whether we purchase new equipment.
So what's the amount in the budget, please?
Through you, Mayor Hines, it's contained within the major plan budget, which is a greater budget. I'll have to come back to you with the exact figures.
I think the CFO can assist.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. So the additional cost from the change in the service delivery is obviously the reduction in the contract costs and a lift in the staff costs by the kind of similar numbers, and the equipment that's required, it would be a cost of about $60,000 per year.
Thank you.
So the net cost is the same.
I note previous advice of 22 May 2024 that Council expended $490,674 on external consultants. What is the total figure proposed in this budget, as well as for external legal providers?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. For the consultancy budget is $389,000 for next financial year. And the legal budget, we have planning legals at $663,000 and other legal costs of $2 million. And legal fees associated with planning and development of 1.1. Sorry, I just correct, the 661 was referring to something else. That's not legal expenditure. Apologies for that.
Councillor De Luca, do you want to keep going?
Do you want to go? Yep.
Okay, Councillor Harvey and then Councillor Glanville.
Through you, Mayor, I was just wondering if staff could provide some insight into the rationalisation behind transferring that surf lifesaving contract in-house.
Through the CEO to Mr Pfeiffer.
Through you, Mayor Hines, yes, the current contract with ALS, Surf Lifesaving New South Wales, has come to the end of its term. We could no longer extend it. Similar to all of the services we've done on the Northern Beaches since amalgamation, we did a review of the service and we've looked at how we best deliver it. Delivering it as a single service makes sense, and from a service delivery point of view, we believe that bringing it in-house while still having the opportunity to save us money will deliver a better service.
Just a follow-up question to that. I thought we were 60,000 more out of pocket each year. Are those... No? Sorry.
Through to the CFO.
Sorry, to clarify, it's the same cost.
Okay. Yep. One more follow-up question as well. Is the proposed expenditure on various surf lifesaving club infrastructure in this budget, is any of that dependent on the SRV actually being accepted, or have we committed to that regardless?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. The Surf Lifesaving Club projects in the program here for the 4-year period, let me just check Sparks. Yeah, there's funding for Newport Surf Lifesaving Club out of the special variation, and that's in their later years, years 3 and 4. And that's the only surf club in the SV program.
So the funding for Manly Surf Club and the other repairs to unlisted surf clubs, we're committed to that regardless of the special variation being accepted?
That's correct.
And can I just clarify as well, the repairs and maintenance of Warringah Aquatic Centre, that is entirely dependent on the SRV going through?
There is some funding for it, but there's also a boost coming from the special variation as well.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Glanville.
Thank you. Following on from some of the previous questions, in relation to our external legal costs, I'm assuming the lion's share of that is taken up by Class 1 applications in the Land and Environment Court. Through you, Madam Mayor, can you clarify or respond to my understanding that council effectively has no choice whether it's joined into that litigation if an applicant appeals a decision by council or a deemed refusal, then council is effectively tied into spending that money whether or not it wishes to or not?
Through the CEO.
To the CEO on this one, yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And in relation to external consultants, are you able to provide some clarity around what circumstances council would engage external consultants as opposed to relying on in-house expertise? And does in making that decision, do you consider the relative costs of insourcing versus outsourcing?
Through you, Chair, yes, we do consider that model and we're looking to deliver it in the most cost-effective way. We do maintain a small in-house team, but for subject matter expertise, depending on the nature of the matter that we need to be engaged in, then we will use outsourced services.
Okay, Councillor DeLuca.
I just had one question.
Oh, okay, Councillor Singh.
My question to Madam Mayor, to Bonnie Harvey, related to the surf club. Just had a question regarding a Newport Surf Club. Would you be able to tell me how much it's going to cost to rebuild or refurbish?
Okay, through the CEO to Mr. Pfeiffer.
Through Mayor Hines, we have a DA and a concept design and some coastal protection works that we have estimated at sort of between $8 and $10 million. We haven't gone through the detailed design process nor taken it out to market, so that will be refined as we go forward.
Just peace of mind. What about North Narrabeen Surf Club? Did you have any money for that?
Through you, Mayor Hines, yes, there's funds in this financial year and next financial year's budget to do some refurbishments at North Narrabeen Surf Club.
That's only $632,000. That's not going to help to refurbish or rebuild.
Through you, Mayor Hines, we have $630,000 of council's funds as well as $630,000 of the Surf Life Saving Facilities grant. So there's over $1 million worth of works, and while, yes, it won't deliver everything that the Surf Club wants, it's a good start.
Yes, it is a good start, but would you be, in the future, would you have any more funding for the North Narrabeen Surf Club?
Through you, Mayor Hines, once again, it's a matter for council to allocate the funding. We can provide what staff believe are priorities, but once again, it's a matter for council.
Well, we're going to spend Newport Surf Life Saving Club $10 million. Not just, okay, so that's the budget for $10 million spending Newport Surf Life Saving Club. Are you able to spend some money in North Narrabeen Surf Club in the future? In mind, the reason I'm asking is a big potential for the council. And I think the North Narrabeen Surf Club, once it had been refurbished, once it had been rebuilt, it will prove much of a surf air.
Through you, Mayor Hines, we're working with the North Narrabeen Surf Club about their project. They have 3 phases to the project and we'll continue to work with them into the future.
Okay, thank you. You were kind of walking very close to a conflict of interest there, so it's kind of...
Just a point of order,
Yeah.
I would point out that the Code of Conduct states clearly that it is a breach of the Code of Conduct to allege that another councillor could or infer that another councillor has breached that Code of Conduct. I'd ask the CEO to confirm that, please.
Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd have to turn to the Code of Conduct if you would give me time to do that. Perhaps if you move on to other questions, I can come back to that.
Okay, Councillor DeLuca.
Thank you. What cost centre does the events team come under? In the last financial year, how many staff were employed full-time and how many contractors? And what is the total salaries and on-costs for full-time employees and contractors? How many staff will be employed full-time and how many contractors for this coming financial year? And what is the budget for salaries and on-costs for full-time staff and contractors in that section?
Sorry, through you, Mayor. I'll have to come back to you with that detail, I'm sorry.
Thank you. What cost centre does the marketing and communications team come under? In the last financial year, how many staff were employed full-time and how many contractors, and what is the total salaries and on costs for full-time employees and contractors? How many staff will be employed full-time and how many contractors for this coming financial year? And what is the budget and salaries and on costs for full-time staff and contractors in that team?
I can come back to you with that information as well. Thank you.
I'm just writing on notice so that I remember to come back. Okay, I note that the highest growth in expenditure for salaries and on costs over the last 5 years has been in corporate support services and property and facilities. Is it possible to get an explanation as to that? And in this current draft budget, what are the total headcounts for these two respective cost centres and the budget for salaries and on costs in those two respective cost centres?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. So corporate support is the area that is running the project to implement the council's new core operating systems. We have a temporary project team running out of that group, and that's where you're seeing that large increase, which is just temporary while that project is running. For the property team, the property area might be where you're seeing is the lifeguards, the new lifeguard service. And that comes with obviously a cost for employees and a reduction in contracts of the same. I think you might be referring to the property business unit as opposed to the services, the way it's reported here in the papers. So I can get the information on the business units for you.
Thank you. Do you have any idea of what's in the budget for their respective salaries and on costs?
I only have that in front of me at the service level, so I'll get it for you for the business unit.
Thank you. Noting that the Manly Art Gallery and Museum had a total loss of $5.476 million from 2017 to February 2024, what was the total loss for it in the last financial year?
Through the CEO.
Thank you. Can I just clarify the number you've just given there? Was that a tally of several years?
Yeah, so it's in relation to the memo that you kindly provided me earlier in February. And so it's from 2017 to February 2024. So I just want to know what the further losses are since then, if any.
And for the Manly Art Gallery and Museum, are you just referring to next financial year's budget?
So what was the loss now to the present time for it? So the loss as reported in February 2024 was $5,476,000. Has there been a loss, further losses since that time?
Okay, so last financial year, the 23-24 financial year, that service runs at a cost. It's not a profit making business. It cost $695,000 in 23-24. In the current financial year, the forecast cost of that service is $758,000, and it's $738,000 in the next financial year's budget, or the draft budget that's in front of you at the moment, and that includes the Manly Art Gallery, all the exhibitions, the art prizes, and so forth.
Sorry. How many full-time staff and contractors are budgeted for, and what are the total costs for salaries and on costs this coming financial year?
Can I clarify, you're referring to the art gallery?
Yes.
Yes, okay. I'll have to get it for you so I can give you the exact number of the FTE and staff costs.
Thank you. And then further to the art gallery, what initiatives will council's management implement to address the significant losses of millions of dollars of ratepayers' money?
The CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, as Ms Foley indicated, the art gallery runs at an operational loss. It's not a profit-making service. We will respond to the service level that council requires or requests that we run that at, and we will allocate the resources accordingly. So, councillors, we're in your hands in respect to that matter.
Thank you for your answer, Mr Phillips, but do you think it's reasonable that ratepayers have had to sustain a $5.4 million deficit in relation to that sole facility from an operational perspective and under your management?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's a matter for the elected council. I don't have a position on that.
In relation to operational matters, what is your role in monitoring losses and significant losses of funds?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just seek clarity on the question. Are you asking what do we do about a business that isn't a profit-generating business? Councillors, all services that council operates under relevant management are periodically reviewed, where we undertake service reviews on a needs basis in accordance with a schedule to ensure that they are both meeting community expectations, council's policy direction, and sound operating practices.
So, in view of your answer, do you think that sound operating practices have taken place in view of the over $5.4 million deficit on that facility?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have nothing in front of me to think otherwise.
Noting that the Glen Street Theatre had a total loss of over $3.24 million from 2017 to February 2024, what was the total loss for it in the last financial year to date?
Glen Street Theatre ran at a cost for last financial year, the 23-24 financial year, of $335,000.
Thank you. What is the proposed budget for the Glen Street Theatre this year?
$471,000.
How many full-time staff and contractors are budgeted for, and what are the total costs for salary and on-costs for this coming financial year?
I'll come back to you on that detail.
Thank you. What initiatives will council's management implement to address these significant losses and millions of dollars of ratepayers' money?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will defer to my previous answer in respect of Glen Street Theatre, as I do with all services.
So I would ask again, do you think it's good operational practice that there has been significant deficits in the running of that facility?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, Glen Street Theatre, similar to a number of services, including mainly Art Gallery, is a loss-making centre, and again, I can only defer to my previous advice in respect of Council's service reviews, Council's management and review of operating procedures. Should Council wish to change the level of service, clearly the funding required for that service will change.
Thank you. So just in relation to your answer as to change the level of service, as the Chief Executive Officer responsible for the organisation, noting that councillors can't employ or direct terminations in relation to staff at that level, what initiatives have you considered regarding staffing levels at both the Art Gallery in Manly and the Glen Street Theatre that would reduce the operating losses at those facilities, noting that that is in your jurisdiction?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, questions concerning the employment of staff, I would need to answer in confidential session.
Thank you. Do you mind taking that on notice, please, then, to answer in confidential session?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If councillors resolve that way, that will be a matter for council.
I'm happy for you to do that later in confidential session and not interrupt the business of the meeting at the present time.
Councillor Causey.
Yes, through you, Mayor. Could you, staff, please confirm that Glen Street Theatre and the Manly Art Gallery are both operated under the direction or decision of the elected council, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Causey, just so to clarify your question, is the ultimate responsibility of council services the elected council?
Yes. Who decided that we would fund and operate the Manly Art Gallery and Glen Street Theatre?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Causey. That's a matter for the elected council of, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions before I ask another one?
Councillor Grattan and Councillor Glanville seem to have some questions.
Oh, just one question. I was wondering, of all the services delivered by council, do we run any at a profit, perhaps, aside from Kimbrickie?
Through to the CFO, I suspect.
Thank you. One of the other biggest contributors to general revenue for the council, so it helps fund things like Glen Street Theatre, is Lakeside Caravan Park or Lakeside Holiday Park, which does generate a profit for the organisation. We have a few other businesses as well as property leases that do the same.
So generally we're not in the business of making a profit rather than providing services to our community, all at a subsidy from rates generally. Would that be correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Glanville, you had...
Thank you. There's been discussion of the relative losses made by art galleries and Glen Street Theatre. Looking at one of our other cost centres, in terms of, for example, playing fields, do they run at a net profit or a net loss? And if so, to what extent?
Our playing fields run at a cost. Generally, the rate funding funds the balance of looking after the sports fields, and we get about 10% from fees from the users of those fields.
And over, say, the last 3 years, what extent of losses has council incurred by virtue of operating that service at its current level?
The net cost after fees would be about 10 million a year.
Yeah, so 30
For
million
sports fields.
over the last 3 years.
For 3 years total.
And do we have data breaking down by sporting code, for example, what those losses are?
No, we don't divide the data like that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor De Luca.
Thank you. Just in relation to Councillor Glanville's questions, as you know, I agree with that submission. A resolution was passed on my motion to investigate the implementation of a sporting user levy like we previously had under the Mandaringa Sporting Union. What happened in relation to that resolution?
Mr CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In the absence of any, sorry, I've got Mr Kerr who may assist me with the answer to that.
Thank you, councillors. We are, through you, Mayor, we are working on a response to that to be delivered towards the middle of this year.
Thank you, and I hope that gives some comfort to Councillor Glanville. Just another follow-up question. Are external lawyers required on every matter that goes before the court? How many lawyers are in-house and how many matters per year are conducted by internal lawyers?
Through the CEO to Mr Eskell.
Thank you. Thank you through you, CEO. In terms of the number of appeals that council receives each year, there's over 100 legal matters in the nature of proceedings brought against council every year. In terms of the quantum done in-house by council staff, that will depend on resources at the time. Currently, there's presently, as at today, 2 lawyers within the legal team. There's currently a vacancy that we're filling. We seek to conduct as many legal proceedings as we can. That will be, depending on the time and the other matters and our resources, 20 or so at any one time.
Thank you. Just in relation to the comments about making a profit or a loss, I clarify that I do not expect every facility to be a profit. I realise we're not in the business of making a profit. However, I do put a question to the CEO. Who is responsible for the day-to-day management and supervision of the operations of this council to monitor good financial practice and governance? Is it councillors or is it paid staff and executives?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, ultimately that is the CEO, myself, and through me to various staff.
Thank you. And I hope that clarifies Councillor Causey's question. Noting that the creative arts spaces at Kilcoyle, Monavale and Avalon had a total loss of $177,000 from 2017 to February 2024, what was the total loss for them in the last financial year?
Through to the CFO.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Just to clarify, you're referring to Avalon,
Yep,
which
creative art spaces at Kilcoyle, Monavale and Avalon.
Okay. And the numbers that you gave me just then, can you just quote those again, please?
Yep, they're from your memo in February 2024, and it states 107,194.
Okay. I'll get back to you on that one, just to make sure I've got a complete response for you. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you need to take this one on notice too, how many full-time and contractors are budgeted for, and what are the total costs for salaries and on-costs at each of these facilities?
I will do that, thank you.
And then again, similar question, What initiatives will Council's management implement to address these significant losses of ratepayers' money? And has Council's management explored having one regional art gallery and museum to reduce the waste of ratepayers' money? And what were the results? Noting the CEO's answer that he is ultimately responsible for the day-to-day operations of finances, management and governance.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The premise of the question referred to waste. I would need the question to be recast to be able to accurately answer.
What initiatives will Council's management implement to address the significant losses of ratepayers' money at the respective art galleries at Kurrawa, Mona Vale and Avalon to reduce ratepayers' money being expended and lost like it has been? $107,000 worth.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council, I undertake that Council officers will undertake and operate the services as efficiently as reasonably possible. The level of service that Council deems appropriate for each of those services will be a matter for the Council to determine.
I've got a question from Councillor Hearn, Jack.
Thanks, Mayor. I've just got a few if they could be answered quickly. Going back to the lifeguard savings, through you to staff, could I confirm what the savings or slight out-of-pocket costs we're looking at for bringing that in-house?
The budget that we're proposing for next financial year is the same as what it would have been had we been delivering it with that combined contract / in-house delivery model. What may happen in the future in terms of the efficiencies of having that service together, it would be something that we'd be able to look into.
Great. So, yeah, just confirming that, is it often the case that when bringing services in-house, while there might be an initial increase in costs, we often see that over time, the efficiency and benefits of that in-house are soon seen?
It looks like Ms Loveridge is going to answer that
Through
one.
you, Chair. Yes, as the CFO indicated, we have maintained the budget on the previous cost, but as opportunities arrive with Council having an in-house model where there's efficiencies, then we would take those and report those back in the quarterly financial reporting to councillors.
Thank you. And so it wouldn't be the sole indicator of Council's efficiency to just look at the full-time equivalent headcount when it comes to bringing services in-house. While it might increase that full-time equivalent, we would likely see efficiencies and cost reductions over time.
Through you, Chair. Yes, that's correct. So when we're undertaking service reviews, we're looking at the net cost to Council, irrespective of the model, what the cost impact is, and how we can best manage it. And in this instance, an in-house model and oversight is considered the most effective and has opportunity for saving in the future.
Thank you. And just coming to the questions that have been raised by Councillor De Luca, through you, Mayor, perhaps to the CEO, is there anything that suggests to you when it comes to the Manly Art Gallery and Museum or the Glen Street Theatre that there's any inefficiency or waste, as was mentioned, in the operation of those facilities?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There is nothing before me that would indicate that.
And so is it the case that when it comes to arts and culture in particular, the benefits to the community may not be monetary, but there are social outcomes and benefits when it comes to social cohesion in operating arts and culture programs within the LGA?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That is our advice to Council.
And is it a requirement for local council services to make a profit? And is that something that we aspire to do? Or is it really a case-by-case basis looking at the benefits to the community compared to the cost to council's bottom line?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In essence, the latter.
And last question is, through you, Mayor, could staff let me know what the average community satisfaction is with Glen Street Theatre, the Manly Art Gallery Museum, or just the arts and culture services provided by Council, and how those stack up against our targets?
Through the CEO to Mr Kerr.
through you, Mayor, we are looking for that information right now, and we'll provide that to councillors as soon as we have it.
Any other questions? Councillor De Luca?
Thank you. I think I'm finished on questions just in relation to the allegation that Councillor Hines made in relation to Councillor Singh. You were going to look at the Code of Conduct and confirm that an allegation like that is an act of disorder, but also contrary to the Code of Conduct. Could I have an answer, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The provisions of the code I believe Councillor De Luca is referring to is 9, 10 and 9, 11. It is my recollection of those comments that there was not an allegation and there is no breach of the code.
Thank you for your answer, but there was a clear statement that you are going close to a conflict of interest, end quote. Therefore, I would just ask for that to please be withdrawn.
Withdrawn. Okay.
Excuse me, Mayor,
Thank
could I
you.
seek clarification just through you to staff on the Code of Meeting Practice?
Okay, I think we need to move on before this becomes a battle of meeting codes, in all honesty.
All right. I just wanted to understand how the Code of Conduct interacts with the Code of Meeting Practice. Could I just ask staff, is it the case specifically with 16.11 of the code that it would be against point D to impute or allege that a breach of the Code of Meeting Practice had occurred?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, that's the case.
All right, thanks. Good to know.
Okay. Comment withdrawn. If anyone else wants to make a comment?
Can I suggest a procedural motion that we go into a quick recess now before we go into debate, given the time?
How do other councillors feel about that? Okay, it sounds like we've got a mover, so the procedural motion is for a 10-minute break. Moved by Councillor Grattan, seconded by Councillor Bingham, for 10 minutes. All those in favour? Looks like it's unanimous. So that means we'll be back. And now we are ready to invite the mover to speak, which was Councillor Beaujard. So, Councillor Beaujard, please take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. I move the recommendation for item 9.1. Seeks Council's endorsement to place on public exhibition a suite of our key strategic documents that will shape the Northern Beaches over the next 15 years. These include the revised Community Strategic Plan, the Delivery 2040, the Delivery Programme 2025 to 2029, the Operational Plan and Budget 2025 to 26, the Long-Term Financial Plan, and our Asset and Workforce Management Strategies. These form part of something called the Integrated Planning and Reporting Framework, which we are required under legislation to use to manage our business and to put on exhibition at this time. We've spent, as many of the councillors have spent countless hours over strategy briefings over weekends, poring over these documents, poring over budgets, poring over numbers, poring over projects, poring over community engagement. And I can confirm these plans are all based on strong community engagement, which actually confirms broad support for our current direction, while identifying where we can improve. A central issue is funding. Council has applied for a special rate variation through IPART. The draft budget presents two scenarios to the community, one with the SRV and one without. If it's not approved, we'll face a growing shortfall and continued decline in our infrastructure. One of the items in the agenda today was a set of benchmarks. That was a benchmarking report, was a notice of motion from myself when we were discussing the original SV discussions, and I'd like to thank staff for putting that in the attachment booklet. If you read the benchmarks, you'll realise there's no smoking gun, there's no corrupt council, there's no mismanagement. There's some things we can do better, there's some things we're doing well at, but fundamentally we're sitting kind of middle of the road in some things, better in others, and slightly worse in others. And that's for a council that manages $3.91 billion of community assets, $628 million in roads, $1.17 billion in stormwater infrastructure, and nearly $1 billion in buildings. Yet 27% of our roads and 64% of our footpaths are in a poor or very poor condition. To bring everything up to an acceptable standard will cost $107 million, and without the SRV, that number will only grow. You need to think of it like compound interest. Delay just increases the cost exponentially year on year on year. With the SRV, we can start to address the backlog. We can invest in roads, footpaths, stormwater, and key community infrastructure. Exhibiting these plans, which is what we're doing today, ensures transparency and allows the community to engage with the choices before us. I commend the recommendation to the Chamber.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hackman, as a seconder.
Yes, as a seconder, just before I speak, I was wondering if you, Governance, could put forward the addition that I've proposed. Have that ready, please, while I speak. Thank you. So we're here today to endorse some key documents for community feedback. I'd like to thank the staff for their extensive time preparing all these critical documents that enhance every resident's lives. And also, I'd like to thank my fellow councillors who have put community front of mind when informing and supporting the development of these documents alongside staff. The majority of our community strategic plan, an important roadmap for our community's future, shows that we've listened to our community and taken on their wishes for the future, particularly around the pain felt by our community on transport, as well as the need to make housing fit for purpose and able to accommodate variable budgets in our community and key workers that support our society's healthy functioning. However, right now, our targets for reducing community emissions don't match state or federal goals, and they're based on 4-year-old assumptions. On page 48, this draft community strategic plan has repeated a 4-year-old emissions goal that was appropriate at the time, but is out of step with today's legislation and expectations. In modern times, the financial risk is more clear. By 2060, the Northern Beaches will face almost $1 billion annually in environmental disaster costs. We're the LGA with the highest financial risks in the state. And with mandatory climate risk reporting becoming law in 2026, we need clear milestones and accountability. Government agencies are expected to align their actions with these guiding principles, and I think it's time that we include that in our CSP. Our residents are struggling with a cost of living crisis, and we also have solutions right now to address this. The community has asked for stronger leadership and realistic management of financial risks that minimise a knock-on effect to our community's household budgets. Not updating our community goals, as they have asked us to, will cause short-term financial pain that will cause approximately $6,500 extra per household by 2060, plus inflation, if we don't keep track of our emissions targets and our financial exposure. With state and federal legislation setting interim milestones for 2030 and 2035 and legislating them, right now it's both financially prudent and legally responsible to make sure that the document that we're endorsing acknowledges that we need these clearer milestones that guide us towards a safer financial future and community expectations. So I ask for your support on my addition.
Okay, so Councillor Beaujard, as the mover, do you accept?
I'm happy to accept Councillor
The
Hackman's
addition?
condition.
Thank you.
Does it make any difference that actually the addition should be under the original one? Doesn't matter?
Semantics, I think, Madam Mayor.
All right. Any other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Hernjack?
Thanks, Mayor. Just confirming that we're now in debate.
Yes.
Great. I have an amendment with governance that I'd like to move, please.
All right. If we can have the amendment up.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll start speaking to this. So this amendment is pretty simple. It's just to reallocate the money that is planned to be cut from the Frenchs Forest New Year's Eve fireworks event, basically retaining that event going forward. I thought I'd read out an email from residents in Frenchs Forest, and the same sentiments have also been raised on social media.
Councillor De Luca.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just on a point of order, is there a seconder, and is it an amendment, or is it going to be included as an addition by the mover and seconder?
I was going to ask the mover, but Councillor Hernjack kind of launched in there a bit, so...
Madam Mayor, I'm really happy to accept that as an addition to the substantive motion.
Councillor Hernjack, if you want to go on.
Thank you. The email reads, I am a resident of Frenchs Forest and am heartbroken to hear that the New Year's Eve fireworks in Frenchs Forest may be cut from your budget. It's become a special tradition, a time to come together with friends, enjoy a picnic on the Oval, and celebrate the New Year in a relaxed and family-friendly environment. Unlike DY, we don't have to worry about parking, and unlike Manly, we don't have to deal with overcrowding. If you remove the Frenchs Forest fireworks, it will only put more pressure on the already overcapacity events at other venues, adding stress for families who just want to enjoy the night. The Frenchs Forest fireworks are good old-fashioned fun and a cherished community event. Please don't take this away from us. Over the years, it feels like fewer and fewer family-friendly activities are available on the northern beaches. This is one we'd truly hate to lose. The savings made by cutting these fireworks are merely performative and make no substantial difference to our improvement saving plan, while also damaging the social contract with our Frenchs Forest residents and reducing social cohesion and potential positive community outcomes. I would ask all councillors to support equity in our New Year's Eve celebrations across the peninsula by upholding this amendment, and I thank Councillor Beaujard and Councillor Hackman for accepting this addition.
Okay, Councillor Causey.
look, I'm sorry, I need to confirm, we're speaking to this
We're in
amendment
debate
now?
right at the moment, so...
Debate about the amendment or
Yep,
about the whole thing?
you can manage an amendment
Okay,
if you want to.
So I'd just like to say...
Or an addition. Yep. Yep. So I'm talking about councillor Causey now, whatever councillor Causey's going to say.
So I just want to say I will be supporting this motion, but I do want to point out that it's a difficult situation for councillors because we are required to exhibit the proposed budget papers for 28 days. However, staff have indicated that the IPART decision often doesn't come out till late May, in which case we wouldn't have enough time to assess, to basically put the papers on exhibition and then assess any community feedback. So, given that, I'll be supporting the exhibition of the papers.
Okay, if anyone else, Councillor Glanville.
Thank you. I will speak against this motion, although I do very much appreciate Councillor Hackman and Councillor Hearn-Jack's additions in points 1 and 2. Consistent with my comments in previous meetings, unfortunately I felt that option 3 lacked broad-based community support and would have preferred that we had a budget that moved forward with option 2, which I saw as being the closest compromise between the feedback that we received and the unfortunate necessity of ensuring that we're funding our maintenance backlog. There's some aspects in which I don't support or believe that we've gotten some of the right reallocation between some of our proposed capital works projects, and I think we continue to set up the community for expectations that will continue to exceed our budget. For example, we've committed in the order of $10 million to Manly Surf Club, but I think that we create an expectation that every new surf club will be funded to the same level. And we don't give this kind of money to all recreation clubs. There's no waterfront clubhouse for bush care volunteers, although they also serve the community. So for those reasons, I appreciate the work that's been done by the staff. I think that going to community feedback on this option won't produce new information to us that we don't already know from the SRV consultation.
Okay, Councillor Harvey.
I just wanted to provide some reflections on the budget. I'm happy to support it going out on consultation, but similar to Councillor Glanville, for me, one thing really stuck out like a sore thumb. We know that sports and recreations is like or sports and parks is our second biggest area of expenditure after waste. But there's one club within this that seems to be getting a lot of special attention. In our budget, our expenditure on new and capital works, we're spending $18.38 million on sports over the proposed 4 years. $14.67 million of this is allocated to surf clubs. That's 10.3 to Manly Surf Life Saving Club and another 4.14 in surf club repairs. If we add in the 4.5 million allocated for Newport Surf Life Saving Club, and that's expected to, cost 10 million all up, and the 1.8 allocated for beach buildings, which include building lifeguard huts and doing improvements on local swimming clubs, as well as the 2 million also budgeted for Manly Surf Life Saving Club this year, this brings us to 23 million spent on surf life saving clubs. And I'll remove the 1 million to allow swimming clubs to stay separate. So let's call that 22 million. This amount absolutely pales in comparison to the 450,000 set aside for Glen Street Theatre, the 1.6 million for the Ringa Aquatic Centre, which we'll only sort of get if the SRV is passed, or the 3.5 million for new bike paths. I would like to remind everyone that in the first year of our SRV, if it's approved, we'll get an additional $16 million of income. This increase has caused extreme disruption and frustration in our community, and those who've been understanding of it believe this extra money would go towards funding the renewal of our extremely degraded assets, which are roads and stormwater, and essential community services. A $16 million increase in the first year, but a $22 million commitment to surf club infrastructure. And please keep in mind, we also spend $1.5 million on surf lifesaving services last year, and we're committed to spend another $1.4 million on the pure services going forward. And we also give $250,000 in grants to surf lifesaving clubs. I welcome this budget's commitment to rebuilding the Jamison Park Sailing Recreation Club, which has been a long time coming. Our Director of Transport and Assets assures me that this building does not need to be bespoke, just fully functional, and that's why we've been able to limit it to a $4 million budget. I ask, why can't this be the same for our surf clubs? Council has already committed. May I request an extension, Mayor?
I'll move for an extension.
Okay, extension granted.
Thank you. Council has already committed Manly Surf Club to $12.3 million. The latest DA of this has expanded the footprint of a private gym and has added a third story with a viewing tower that is not accessible to the public. Sounds like a bachelor pad to me. Freshie Surf Club just got approved for a $10 million DA, but they said that they're going to foot this bill for themselves. How is this equitable? We pay for Manly, Palm Beach got done, Narrabeen got finished the other year. It just seems that we're setting up, like Councillor Glanville said, an expectation for clubs that they're going to get a $10 million renewal. And this is all while we're heading into an SRV. It just doesn't seem to make sense. I find it completely disingenuous that Council will turn and ask residents for hard-earned cash while funneling such a large portion of our budget into building high-class facilities for private clubs. We do need to maintain these buildings, but they can be modest and functional, just like the Jamison Recreational Sailing Club. I will vote to support this budget to go on consultation, but I highly recommend that residents look at what Council is prioritising with a critical eye and provide their feedback, as this will greatly constrain our ability to invest in roads, environment, and other essential services like affordable housing over the next 4 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor De Luca.
Thank you. Just in relation to Councillor Harvey's comment that surf lifesaving clubs are a sport, and in relation to that they are private clubs, could the CEO please advise whether surf lifesaving clubs are actually deemed emergency services under the Emergency Services Act, and are they indeed a private club or are they incorporated by the Community Associations Incorporation Act?
Through to the CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Surf Life Saving is recognised and incorporated into the Emergency Services Act. Yes.
And they're not private clubs?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'll just might need to be guided. I believe 2 clubs in the Northern Beaches are private, being Palm Beach and Whale Beach. The others are not.
And are we giving any money to Palm Beach and Whale Beach, surf lifesaving clubs which are private?
No. Well, Whale Beach.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just need to come back to you on what level of support we provide to those clubs.
Madam Mayor, can I just have a question?
Yes, I've got you up next, Councillor Bingham, and then Councillor Harvey. You already entered debate.
It's a question.
We're not going back to questions.
I just have a question in relation to her debate. So, through you, Madam Mayor, can I just ask, what is the allocation that we've made to Manly Surf Club? Isn't it more like $5 million?
Through the CEO to the CFO. It's $5 million. Oh, through to Mr. Pfeiffer. Take that back.
Through you, Mayor Hines, can you clarify the question, please?
That the council has only allocated $5 million towards the Manly Surf Club.
Through you, Mayor Hines, that's correct. Council has allocated $5 million of its own funds to the Manly Lifesaving Club project. There are $5 million of federal funds allocated and $1 million of state funds.
Okay, I invite the original mover.
Oh, sorry, I have an amendment.
You have an amendment?
Thank you. If it was circulated to all councillors earlier, and if governance could please put it on the screen, there's also a copy on your desks.
Okay, Councillor De Luca.
Thank you.
As that's a direct negative, do you want to move that as a foreshadowed motion?
Why is it a direct negative?
Through to the CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, the substance of the motion before you is to place the IPNR documents on public exhibition. The introduction to Councillor De Luca's motion is to not place the documents on public exhibition. I
Okay.
would suggest that would be a foreshadow.
All right, so therefore I will withdraw clause 1 and therefore subsequent renumbering, and so that 2 becomes 1 and that the the IP and R documents attached to item 9.1 be revised and amended by the following. So that is in order? Yep. Thank you. So it's pretty axiomatic what this hopes...
Councillor De Luca, seconded by Councillor Singh.
Yep.
Thank you. This, should I read the motion or does everyone understand it? Okay, thank you. So in moving this amendment, as I've stated during debate on the proposed 40% rate rise deliberations, there are 3 types of falsehood: fib, lie and statistics. Unfortunately for me and for the ratepayers of our Northern Beaches, whom we are elected to represent and have an obligation to act to protect their needs and interests in good faith, I must state that what is proposed tonight, I sincerely believe, is not in their best interests, and the corporate veil obscuring the need to reform continues. It is time for the governing body of this council to exercise its lawful duty owed to our ratepayers and protect them from being treated like an ATM and cash cow. It's time for IPART to see we, as a governing body, are prepared to undertake necessary cost cuts and implement good governance and robust financial management strategies to avoid the continual waste of ratepayers' money. Madam Mayor, as everyone in this chamber is aware, on the league table of things, instead of this council proactively to use the advantage of our scale to leverage the delivery of best value to our ratepayers, we concerningly want them to pay more. Instead of trimming our cloth in times of a cost of living crisis and perceived headwinds ahead to meet challenges, we're doing the laziest thing possible, putting our hands into the ratepayer's pocket for more, saying you can afford it because our consultants say so. Council has sought to legitimise this grab for cash from our ratepayers because our highly paid consultants have conveniently stated recently, following a desktop re-evaluation, that our assets are falling apart, burying figures and tables in hundreds of pages of reports, as the residents have said in their address tonight. Reports that should be subject to greater independent review and properly and rigorously tested. Madam Mayor, we have been presented tonight, as we were in January, with a rate hike proposal that is a denial of the tallest order. There is nothing in the mountain of papers sent to us on Thursday for tonight's meeting that demonstrates certain councillors and our management are prepared to listen to, let alone heed, the voices of our ratepayers. We have not exercised good faith by properly cutting our coat and trimming our cloth in response to our circumstances. Instead, our ratepayers are being asked for more and more cash for even less service, as seen in the documents attached to item 9.1 on the agenda. Madam Mayor, as per the answers to my questions earlier tonight, when management fails to act, we must. Indeed, it is our duty to act, and act we must.
Okay, thank you, Councillor De Luca. Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I stand today to express my oppose to this draft budget 2025 to 2026. This budget includes special rate variation that could see average the residentials rate rise by $45 per quarter, which is a 9% increase. At the time when the families and small business are already struggling with the cost of living, I believe this is simply unfair and poorly timing for my community. While I acknowledge the importance of investment in the road, footpath, and parks, and many more, I do not believe we should be asking the residents to pay more, especially without clear accountability and consultations. We must take smarter and more efficient use of existing funding before reaching deeper into the pocket of the ratepayers. The community expects transparency, values, and fairness, not other financial burden. My community cannot survive more than that. Until we meet these expectations, I cannot support this budget. I cannot support this budget, and thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have anything to add, or can we put this to the vote? Okay, and we'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? On the amendment. Okay. All those in favour? Councillor Giltman, Councillor De Luca and Councillor Singh. All those against? Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, myself and Councillor Robins. Declare that lost.
I have a further amendment. Sorry.
Okay, Councillor De Luca, further amendment.
Thank you. That this Council 1 amend item 9.1, public exhibition draft strategic plan 2025 to 2040, resourcing strategy, delivery program, operational plan and budget 2025-26 to include A, delete the proposed expenditure for the Manly Winter event amounting to a cost saving of $214,868, noting that the budget already includes several other events in Manly, including the Manly Jazz Festival.
Councillor De Luca, have you sent something through to governance?
No, because unfortunately the computer at the has broken, but I'm happy to give a copy. Only that long, not that long. Yep, so I'll just keep reading. Sorry, I'll repeat that. Delete the proposed Manly Winter event amounting to a cost saving of $214,868, noting that the budget already includes several other events in Manly, including the Manly Jazz Festival costing $256,929 and the Sun Run that made a profit of over $60,000. Reduce the $41,315 allocated to Australia Day events by $21,315 and reallocate those funds to the community events grants and sponsorship programs so that community, charitable and sporting organisations and local small businesses can apply for grant funding to conduct those events on Australia Day and consequently amend Council's respective policy to facilitate that. C, delete picnic in the park, proposed expenditure of $46,064 and reallocate those funds to the community events grant and sponsorship program so that community, charitable and sporting organisations and local businesses can apply for grant funding to conduct events on Australia Day and consequently amend Council's respective policy to facilitate this. D, delete place event, open air cinema, amounting to a cost saving of $39,790. E, delete International Women's Day, proposed expenditure of $9,600 and reallocate those funds to the Community Events Grant and Sponsorship Program so that community, charitable and sporting organisations and local small businesses can apply for grant funding to conduct events on Australia Day and consequently amend Council's respective policy to facilitate this. F, reduce the allocation of $115,000 to arts and creativity grants to $50,000, amounting to a saving of $65,000. G, reduce the allocation of $132,443 to community library grants to $50,000, amounting to an $82,443 cost saving. H, noting that since 2017, over $5.4 million losses on the Manly Art Gallery and Museum, the $3.2 million loss on the Glen Street Theatre, and the over 107 loss on the creative art spaces at Kelko, Mona Vale and Avalon, that the budget for these facilities be reduced by 50% and the CEO be requested to furnish a report to Council on strategies to reduce losses for these facilities at the earliest opportunity. I, request the CEO to furnish a report at the earliest opportunity to review past levies and introduce a new sporting user levy to assist with maintenance costs and new sporting infrastructure. And then the final, defer any proposed expenditure on Manly Surf Lifesaving Club pending grants from state and federal governments. 2, that the CEO be requested not to pursue the direct employment of lifeguards from the former Pittwater LGA that will add unnecessary salaries and on cost to council and ratepayers and indexed over the further years, as well as occasion unnecessary expenditure on required new infrastructure already provided by ALS. So if you want a copy of that.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor
Councillor De Luca was kind enough to give us his previous amendment, which was very long, and we had time to look at this. We have not had any time to look at this, and I consider it's unreasonable. And also, it doesn't make any sense. There's certain things.
Sorry, point of order.
Wait a minute. Excuse me.
No, point of order.
There's certain things that I agree with.
What's your point of order, Councillor?
Thank you.
De Luca?
We are not in debate at the present time. The council staff can confirm that this computer broke earlier in the night, and that is why actually the afternoon, and that's why it was not sent out at that time. And as I said, we're not in debate yet. You can raise those issues later. But I think it's appropriate that you wait until
we will
the
be
motion's on the screen.
I wasn't debating. I was raising a point of order.
Okay, so while we're waiting for governance to catch up with whatever we can get on the screen to read, the CEO would like to make a commentary for those of us that are finding the place a little bit warm.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just if I could express apologies to councillors, to members of the public and, of course, staff. We have had air conditioning difficulties tonight. We've sourced a couple of fans for people who have needs for that. If anybody else is feeling excessively uncomfortable and does need assistance, if they could just signal to Rob, and Rob, if you can just assist anyone else who might need assistance with that. Councillor De Luca, we have IT support if that would assist you in electronically getting that to...
They were unable to
assist.
They're going to give a new one. Yeah, they're going to be giving a new one.
Thanks. Thanks for that interlude, Madam Mayor. I'll allow you to resume normal broadcast.
So is governance actually trying to type something up? Yes. Okay. All right. For those in the gallery, if you want to have another tea break out the back or up the top there, because I've got a feeling this might take a little while.
Madam Mayor, procedural motion that we take a short break while governance catch up.
Yeah, if people are okay, have a second break. Moved by Councillor De Luca, seconded by Councillor Beaujard. Everyone in favour? How long does governance think they need? About 10 minutes? 10 minutes? Okay. So 8:49.
I'm just saying, I did first questions when we come back, please.
Sorry?
Can I have first questions when we come back? Like, that's fine. I want to ask questions when we come back.
She's asked the first question when you come.
Okay.
Will someone second it?
Councillor Giltman. Councillor De Luca.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I should say from the outset, I have no expectations that every cost centre and facility in this LGA will make a profit. Far from it. But when continually there are millions of dollars at particular facilities, good governance and financial management dictates we must act. And that's what is expected of us by our residents and ratepayers. Our community has been loud and clear that it does not condone these substantial losses nor unnecessary ratepayers' expenditure on events and staff when community service groups can run these events. I have pored over every document, noted the black holes and asked questions tonight to outline the level of losses and expenditure. And indeed, there is a smoking gun when this is independently reviewed. This motion seeks to cut unnecessary expenditure. It is a reasonable motion that also seeks to ensure transparency, I should say, as well as accountability. I was disappointed that some have not identified that these are substantive problems actually adversely affecting the good governance of this council and thus adversely affecting our ratepayers. If the operational plan as proposed tonight is adopted and put out for public exhibition, it will result in great and further concern in the community that there is a grab for cash and that further ratepayers' money will be wasted on unnecessary expenditure such as the events that we have outlined, as well as activities and staffing costs. And that is just manifestly unfair and wrong. This motion actually addresses some of the concerns raised by Councillors Glanville and Harvey in relation to expenditure on sports fields, expenditure on surf lifesaving clubs, and it also goes to future infrastructure. So it is an endeavour to show austerity measures which are greatly needed, and I would point out that IPART does assess council's capacity and its willingness to cut costs. To date, I do not think this council has adequately shown that. To date, this council has, in my opinion, and in good faith, merely offered minor cutting measures which are not in the interests of our community. We need to do much, much more.
Thank you. Councillor Glanville.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, noting that some of the items on this list are matters which were dealt with at the councillor's budget planning weekend, through you, are you able to, is one of the staff able to clarify what events are proposed to have reduced funding or removed funding following the councillor's budget weekend?
Through the CEO to... Thank you. Hang on a second. I've got you down. Councillor Causey is next with the questions. Okay. Ms Foley.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. The events that we're proposing to reduce or remove as part of next year's program are 2 family events. The Picnic in the Park program, we do 2 at the moment. We'll do 1 only next year. And the same with the outdoor cinema. Instead of 2, we'll do 1 next year. We won't run Christmas markets or the Australia Day markets and food truck party, nor the World Food Markets. We propose not to run the International Women's Day markets and propose to remove the New Year's Eve Frenchs Forest fireworks event, along with removing the photography service from the citizenship event. As part of that, we've also redirected some of that money into the community-led events grants program, proposing to increase that by $86,000. So that would allow for $189,000 for the community to bid for those sorts of grants.
Thank you. And from my back of the envelope kind of calculation of the sum of annual savings proposed in items A to J, are you able to confirm whether you would anticipate those budget savings would address the maintenance shortfall, or whether an SRV would still be required, or some other reallocation of the budget would still be required in order to address the maintenance backlog that's been identified?
No, these wouldn't address that maintenance backlog.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Causey.
Look, Mayor, I would just like to say that it's now 5 minutes to 9. I certainly, this is the first time we've seen this list of figures. I mean, I would say that this is the reason that we would be putting these documents on exhibition, so that everybody, including Councillor De Luca, has an opportunity to put their proposals forward for where they think we're wasting money, where we should be spending money, or perhaps spending more money. I don't think this is an appropriate time or venue to be going through budget items and ruling them in and ruling them out before we even put the documents on exhibition. And yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Anyone else?
Just a question. In relation to the exhibition, if a matter is such as a proposed cost cut, the other way around, is not put on public exhibition, is there an opportunity when the matter then comes up for final determination, noting that it was not consulted, that the document can be changed?
Through to the CFO.
Yes, that's correct.
And also, is it appropriate for a councillor to make a submission on the actual exhibition, or could that conflict them because it could fetter their discretion at administrative law?
To the CEO.
Councillors, I make this comment not having given it the consideration it probably deserves. I would at first blush counsel against that. You have a single role, and that is to turn your minds to any matter on the business paper with that informed mind. So let me say at least that it would not be the preferred good governance that I would ordinarily recommend.
Thank you. I did think that when Councillor Causey stated that.
Okay, if we can now put this to the vote. All those in favour of this are Councillor Giltman, Councillor De Luca, Councillor Singh. All those against? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Dillon and Councillor Causey. Declare that lost. Councillor Grattan.
Procedural motion, we've had 2 for, 2 against. I vote the motion be put.
Okay.
Move.
All right. Yep, seconded by Councillor Robins. So this now means, councillors, we are back to the original motion. Okay, so we vote first on the procedural motion, that it be put. All those in favour? Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, myself and Councillor Robins. Those against, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Giltman, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh. Declare that carried. Yep. Yeah, sorry. Okay. Councillors? We're voting now on the original motion. All those in favour?
Can I just ask for a point of clarification? So we're voting for the original motion with Councillor Hernjack's amendment. Okay.
Yes. Yes, we are. All right, so all those in favour? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, myself, Councillor Robins. Those against were Councillor Glanville, Councillor Giltman, Councillor DeLuca and Councillor Singh. Declare that carried. Okay, Councillor Causey, we're up to 9.3, revocation of advertising and advertisements and policy in the A-frames policy. We need a seconder. Councillor Bingham. Councillor Causey.
Yes, so I'm proposing that we defer this item because I just haven't had time to go through the acts to find where they actually cover the contents of the that are currently included in the Manly policy. I think there are some really good points in the Manly policy that could actually be extended to other parts of the Northern Beaches as well. And so I'd just like us to have a briefing about how those two acts that are mentioned cover what we'd be disposing of by disposing of this this policy. And and I can't imagine it would take very long to do that. So, a usual 15 or 20-minute briefing should do it, I should think.
Okay.
Thanks.
Any questions of the staff? Councillor DeLuca.
Does it need, I've noticed of late that a lot of matters are being deferred and yet there's no time constraint on when the matter returns to a council meeting, particularly my motion that was in relation to the e-bikes and scooters. So should there be a period of when it returns to a council meeting, or does it have to be a briefing? Can it be a briefing note like you mentioned earlier on another matter?
Through to the CEO.
Councillors, firstly, in terms of timing for whether it's a report back to council or whether it's a briefing or the like, we will always use our best endeavours to get that back as soon as possible. I know that's a little bit fuzzy in that it doesn't provide an exact time frame. We do have a number of priorities that you seek for us to bring things to and seek to do those as quickly as we can. Sometimes, of course, there are legislative deadlines or things that give matters higher priority. To the second question, is a briefing note an option rather than a briefing itself? Yes, of course. That's something that if council would prefer, we could do that.
Thank you. Therefore, could I please amend the motion, unless you wish to accept it, that council defer this item until a briefing note is prepared by the CEO, to include confirmation of where identical controls are located in the relevant legislation. It doesn't need Acts of Parliament legislation.
Councillor Causey is the original.
No, I'd like
you
to
want to
stick
accept
with
this?
a briefing. We know the briefings can be very short. So, yeah, and it just gives us an opportunity to discuss it. Thanks.
I'll move that then as an amendment.
Okay, and a seconder for your amendment? Councillor Giltman.
Just in speaking to the amendment, I am becoming increasingly concerned with the costs associated with staff time, as well as even councillors' time in relation to briefings. And this is actually one of the reasons why the Minister for Local Government has stated that briefings should discontinue and be in the public realm if they are to continue, as well as the need for transparency. I think this could easily be covered, seeing it just involves explaining legislation by a briefing note. It does not require staff having to do a presentation and making a briefing longer than necessary. So I therefore would urge Council to support having just a briefing note.
Okay, Councillor Giltman as a seconder. Do you have anything to add? Any councillors have anything they wish to add? Councillor Hernjack.
Thanks, Mayor. I might just ask Councillor Causey if you'd be willing to include in your motion that councillors receive an update through the bulletin of any matters that have been deferred, so that we know what's going to be coming up in briefings.
Sorry, there's an amendment before the chair. So are you asking me to include that in my amendment?
We've got to stick with the original, the amendment at the moment. Before
I'm
we can
happy
get-
to put that, so 1, that original amendment, and then as 2, Councillor Hernjack's. What are your words?
That the council bulletin reflect the deferred items to briefings.
The list of deferred items. Update, yeah.
Mr CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, we already do that in the bulletin, so we provide you with an update on items that we know are coming forward for briefing.
Okay, Councillor Bingham, I've got your light.
Yeah, I'm just after a list so councillors are aware of the increasing list of deferred briefings that we're adding to. I think that might be beneficial when we make these decisions each meeting.
Okay, all right. Councillor Bingham.
Yes, Madam Mayor. I think the trouble was that we didn't have any notice of this proposal to get rid of these policies. Manly Council actually managed the the advertising and so on very well, and with the proliferation of electoral posters and so on of recent times, it might be timely actually to incorporate something like this in another motion, which I'm proposing to do with the main meeting. So I suggest that we defer it and see what comes of that item in May.
Okay, if anyone else has anything to say. Oh, Councillor Glanville.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, a question to the CEO. My kind of personal feeling is that these policies have some use insofar as a business wanting to put up signage or whatnot has somewhere to go and find out what the lie of the land is. So through you, my question is whether we could include, if we were to remove this policy, whether we could include, say, a page on the website that provides some guidance to businesses wanting to put up signage of this nature so that they know what the regulatory requirements are and the process for engaging with council.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, we could address that issue either through a briefing note if the amendment is carried, or through a briefing if the original motion is carried. We could address those issues.
Do you need that specific wording put into what is resolved, or are you happy to, if it's passed, to just include that information on communication? Yeah, thank you.
Okay, no other councillors. We can put this amendment to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh. Those against? Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville. Is that a hand? Yep, sorry. Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, myself and Councillor Robins. Declare that lost. Back to the original one with Councillor Causey and Councillor Bingham. We'll put that to
Councillor
Councillor
Causey,
Bingham.
will you accept Councillor Huzac's item, the list of deferred items through the Councillor Bulletin?
Yes, I think that would be useful to just have a list of what motions have been deferred. Thanks.
Okay, putting this to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey and Councillor Robins. Those against? Myself, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh. Declare that carried. Next one, 9.4, Councillor Hackman.
I have an addition. Sorry. Yeah, an addition that I was sent through to governance. Please, could you show it to us?
Okay, seconded by Councillor Grattan.
Is it okay to speak now?
No, first of all, questions of the staff. Anyone got any questions? Councillor DeLuca.
Sorry, just reading the inclusion, would that occasion any further costs, both monetary or staffing time? And if so, how much? And is that in order, seeing a funding source in accordance with the Code of Meeting Practice has not been identified?
Okay, sorry, Mr Dickinson.
Through you, Mayor Hines, the wording as proposed does not change the overall risk approach and therefore would not incur any obvious additional cost to council as a result.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, can you turn your light off, please?
Just procedurally, do we need a foreshadowed amendment for the original motion if this doesn't get up?
Yes.
Okay, I'll do that then. I'll just foreshadow the original one.
Okay, all right, but we're still working on this one. Okay, it's okay, I'll get back to you. Any other questions? Okay, all right, the original mover, Councillor Hackman.
Thank you, ma'am. We've changed the structure of our risk appetite statement from last term to this term, from 5 categories to 4. I'm just proposing a minor amendment to the new risk appetite statement after I think a bit of detail was lost from 2020, and that possibly creates an unintended loophole. Today's SMH declares that 1 in 23 properties in Australia are at high risk of natural disasters fuelled by global warming. And in our electorate, we are the top LGA in the state for vulnerabilities and risk. And in the recent New South Wales State Disaster Mitigation Plan, the losses are estimated at close to $1 billion per year to the built environment alone. The same SMH article declares that approximately 7,453 homes in our electorate are directly at risk of being stranded assets. Environmental risks are a financial risk to our $6 billion asset portfolio and our residents' asset portfolios. And parts of our LGA are not able to be insured. And in the next decade, we will have stranded financial assets like those in Lismore from floods and the South Coast from fires. Pittwater Road is at risk. Our homes in Pittwater are at risk of landslips. Narrabeen and Manly Vale are at risk of flooding, Terry Hills for bushfires, and the entire coast for coastal erosion. We know that there is increased certainty of this happening because insurance costs are increasing cumulatively and parts of our electorate are already uninsurable. Can and should we do something about it? What does our community expect from us as councillors in setting the strategic direction and risk profile of this council? I think that this council has to decide the amount of risk exposure that the organisation is willing to accept, and that we should consider stakeholder expectations, our strategy, our organisational capabilities, our community values, the changing industry and regulatory conditions that our organisation operates in, as well as our risk capacity. Do we have an additional $1 billion of cumulative costs every year? That would be $6,400 per household that we'd be needing to ask our residents for an annual clean-up bill if we don't tighten our focus on this risk. It doesn't mean that we're risk averse. We've got a function in the appetite statement around innovation, but setting the risk at the level proposed in this amendment will tell us if we're on track to meet our goals or not. It's a very minor change, but it protects council's financial sustainability and our community's ability to retain their long-term capital assets.
Okay, thank you. I invite Councillor Grattan as a seconder to speak.
Thank you very much for the risk appetite statement. You know, after the first time we went through this in our first term of council back in, I don't know, when was that, 2018 or 19? It was an arduous process, but we got there, and it's great to see how the organisation has matured since that time, and how the initial risk appetite statement of this council has able to be evolved. And this particular amendment doesn't change the risk settings, it just makes it a little bit clearer as to the elements of that environment risk. And I also would like to foreshadow that we've been, through the ARIC, we've been looking at climate change risks and natural hazards, and developing the risk settings and risk response and resilience. And that will be really interesting when that comes to council for a discussion. So thank you for identifying this potential loop. I don't know if it's quite a loophole, but it certainly makes it a bit clearer for the staff. So I commend this amendment or the amended motion to you all for approval.
Okay, Councillor Causey.
Yes, I'd like to speak for this amendment as well. It's only a very small amendment, and I know that Councillor Hackman has done a lot of work on it. However, I think the main benefit of it is that it's, whilst we have a fairly low tolerance for risk for the environment, this opens up the possibility of being a little bit more innovative, taking a slightly higher level of risk when we're looking at, I guess, options for addressing climate change. And so I think that's the benefit of it. So, yeah, I'll be supporting the motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hernjack. You're not foreshadowing?
I'll just foreshadow the original motion.
Okay. Seconded by Councillor Robins. Yeah, I'm aware. Okay, any other councillors want to speak on the original motion? Just to let you understand that we're voting on the motion with Councillor Hackman and Councillor Grattan. If that gets lost, then the original motion gets up and we vote on that. Okay, if no one else has anything to add, all those in favour of the motion? Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey. Those against? Councillor Robins, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Giltman, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh and myself. Carried. Okay, next item. 9.6. Councillor Glanville, are you moving as is or do you have a question or
I had an addition, so it's probably better if someone else moves it so that...
Okay, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Beaujard as the mover and the seconder. Okay, questions? Councillor Glanville.
I had an addition, not a question.
Oh, okay. Anyone got any questions before we dive into this any further? Welcome back, Ms Foley. Okay, Councillor Grattan, do you have anything to say? No. Councillor Beaujard? No. Sounds like time for you, Councillor Glanville.
I have Centre Governance an addition. Thank you to the staff for this report. It's easy to have a report that you get each month and you have the eyes to glaze over, but this month I spotted something new, that we now have included for the first time the proportion of fossil fuel lending ADIs versus non-fossil fuel lending ADIs. And while I'm very thankful to the staff for providing this information, I think that we can do better in terms of the mix. At the moment, 62.6% of investments with ADIs are in with banks that lend to the fossil fuels industry, which, as Councillor Hackman has saliently noted, climate change is a significant issue for the Northern Beaches. And so on the one hand, we're investing ratepayer money, and part of that is indirectly funding an industry which is contributing to climate change, which will have inevitable financial consequences for council and for the community. My addition is for us to receive a report on the feasibility and implications of shifting investment from fossil fuel investing ADIs to non-fossil fuel investing ADIs. There's no immediate budget implications of that. It is a request for a report to understand how feasible it would be to do that and what it would mean in terms of our investment income. But I think that it is worth us understanding whether we can ideally shift those numbers in the opposite direction so that fossil fuel lending ADIs are the minority of our investments, not the significant majority.
Okay, Councillor Grattan, as the mover, do you want to accept this addition?
I'm wondering, Councillor Glanville, whether we could have a briefing note instead, rather than a report coming to council, and then we can decide if we want to put it to full council. It just might speed up the process and able to fold it into AREC reviewing the investment policy when that comes up. We can always move for a report after that.
Sure.
So just a question to staff through you, Mayor, around the resourcing required to do that piece of work. Would we be able to do that with our investment advisor, or how significant is that piece of work?
Through the CEO to Ms Foley.
Thank you. We can do that with existing resources with our investment advisor. Thank you.
I'm happy to accept that, Councillor Bojan. Yep.
Okay, no more questions. We can put this to the vote. Unless the mover wants to say something? Nope. Okay. All right, put that to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, myself. Those against, Councillor Robins, Councillor Giltman, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh. Declare that carried. Okay, 10.1. Councillor Causey, are you moving as is, or are you adding, or are you doing something? And if not, then we need a mover and a seconder.
Well, if I can move it, just adding in a new sentence.
Okay, so
moving one that's
all
been
right,
sent to
Councillor
governments.
Robins will move, and Councillor Bingham second, and then we'll have a look at the addition.
So basically, I'm moving a small amendment because the current wording doesn't include community centres. Well, it says our community centres are in strategic centres, which because of the planning terminology would indicate Mona Vale, Frenchs Forest, Brookvale, Dee Why or Manly. However, we've got community centres like the new Warriewood one that are being built that aren't actually even in a centre. And we've got lots in smaller centres like Freshwater. So it's just to simply cover those centres so that we accept that we're not just going to have community centres in strategic centres.
Okay, as the mover, Councillor Robins, do you want to accept this? You've got a light? There we go. You've got a light.
Just a question. Is the term centres taken too literally, as in, or strategically? When we talk about centres, what does that actually mean?
Through the CEO to Mr Kerr.
Thank you, Mayor. We currently have 37 community centres that are in different locations. Strategic centres is a defined planning term, but strategic locations for community facilities is also the intent of this policy. I hope that answers the question.
I'm happy with as it is without the amendment.
Councillor Grattan.
Just a question. How does this amendment change the application of the policy, or is it just semantics and there's no real impact of changing the wording?
Sorry, just before that's answered, I take it that Councillor Robins didn't accept the actual addition, so therefore it's not being considered at the present time.
Yep.
So I'd like to move it as an amendment then, please. And can I speak to the amendment?
You need a seconder. Councillor Glanville.
So,
still like the answer to my question. So,
right. Okay. Councillor Grattan, are you asking a question now about the amendment? Okay. All right. Councillor Causey, can you take your light off for a second? Councillor Grattan, now your light should work.
well, it's the same question I just asked a moment ago. Just how does this change the working of the policy?
Through you, Mayor, there would be no real change to the workings of the policy. we do have the council adopted community centres strategy, which sits above the policy as the guiding principles for how community centres will be managed and what centres we would be looking at in the future for upgrades or change.
So does this policy, this version with this amendment, impact the strategy then? Does it change? Like, is it significant? Is there some material change that we...
No.
No.
Okay. Councillor Causey.
Okay, I appreciate Mr Kerr's comments that it wouldn't change the policy in essence. However, it concerns me that the wording, current wording, proposed wording, doesn't actually reflect the situation on the ground as it is now. And I would not like to see that wording used perhaps to decide that we don't need some of those community centres in locations that aren't strategic centres, or, and I can't imagine what happened with Warriewood, but one that was perhaps not even in a centre of any description. So I think words matter, and it's important to get them right, and it's a very simple amendment that would reflect the situation on the ground.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions, or can we put this to the vote? All right, all those in favour of the amendment? Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey. Those against? Councillor Robins, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh, and myself. Declare that carried. Okay, next one. 13.1. We've got a number of initials down for this one. Councillor Grattan, it was being moved by you.
Sorry, to clarify, we've moved that amendment is the motion, but do we now actually need to vote on the motion?
Yes, I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm just so keen to obviously move on. Yep, that's all right. Now it's the motion. All those in favour? Unanimous? Declare that carried. Okay, next one. 13.1. So
Madam Mayor, could I move a procedural motion
Mm-hmm.
that each area be dealt with separately, so that North Balgowlah be separate, Narrabeen to Mona Vale be separate, Avalon to Palm Beach be separate?
I think Councillor Grattan has already some additions, so it might be an opportunity to actually make some additions on the additions.
I just thought it'd be cleaner if it was separated out. So I'd just move that as a procedural motion.
Councillor Grattan, can we just have your addition up there first? And then even that, because it does mention some different areas it might be.
And Councillor Causey also had an
Yes.
amendment which is very easily added in at number
Yeah.
5,
Yeah.
if she's happy to do that. I think they can be still dealt with together. But I appreciate there's a procedural motion in front of us.
Okay. All right, sorry, just...
And if we chose point 3, could even just take out North Balgowlah, and that could apply to any of the areas if there's other issues in Narrabeen, as we heard from the speaker tonight. I'm open to that, if that helps, Councillor De Luca.
Does that help at all?
The residents actually asked me to defer it pending the answers to their questions that were raised tonight, and then there's several that have come in via email. So I was just going to move a deferral of the Narrabeen to Mona Vale section, pending answers from council staff as to the questions raised tonight by the speakers, as well as by email from Helen Prentice, email by Ken Harding, and of course not just the presentation but also the comprehensive email from Sue McDonald.
I think the question is whether your amendment, Councillor De Luca, could go in Councillor Grattan's version as well.
That's only deferring it to the actual traffic committee. I'm minded not to defer it there yet until those residents and we as the ward councillors get answers to those questions.
Yep.
And then determine the appropriate course of action after that.
Can I just see down the bottom of the screen a bit?
So just with one, defer consideration of the Narrabeen to Mona Vale precinct,
Yep.
pending answers to those that made a presentation at the council meeting of 15 April, as well as those that have made written representations. And they're just a few that I've named and noted. There's quite a significant number that I think we as the ward councillors need to get across and receive answers to.
What am I missing?
Can I ask a question? Madam Mayor, we're not there yet.
No, we're not quite there yet.
Right.
Madam Mayor.
Councillor De Luca, I need a seconder on this. Councillor Bingham, do you want to be seconder?
No, I just want to ask a question.
Okay.
A second.
Okay. Councillor Robins? Question, Councillor Bingham?
Madam Mayor, Councillor De Luca in Narrabeen and certainly us in North Bargala, we were, as councillors, we were not aware that this was even happening in our ward, and we would appreciate perhaps a briefing of the councillors, of the ward councillors, to address the things that have been raised with us. Is that possible? What is the timing of this, and how will it affect it?
Through the CEO to Mr Pfeiffer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The original recommendation was to endorse this to Traffic Committee. The intention was to put it to the May Traffic Committee, at which community members can make representations as per standard process.
Will a month's delay cause any problems with funding and so on?
through you, Mayor Hines, no, that should be fine with funding.
So I'm suggesting that we have a ward councillors and that we meet on site and actually see what is proposed at each of these locations as ward councillors.
Through the CEO to Mr. Pfeiffer.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's a matter for Council to decide as to which way they want to proceed.
Just a follow-up question. Would there be time...
Councillor Grattan.
Just would there be the opportunity before the May Traffic Committee to have a on-site briefing for ward councillors in the relevant areas? Can that be facilitated given Easter and...
I think you may find, Councillor Grattan, that there was already on-site meetings depending on which area you were in, and probably
we didn't have one for North Balgala.
Council North Balgala was probably the quietest area out of the three.
But nonetheless, the
Until the
councillors were not
weekend.
involved in any discussion in relation to this project.
Sorry.
Okay,
Sorry, could I then just add, as C, that Manly North Balgala be deferred to the next meeting. To allow Manly ward councillors to undertake a site inspection. And then does that mean that 3 would come out? And then we're leaving... Oh, and does 4 need to come out too? Okay, and then 5, I'm not in favour of 5 until we have that briefing and until we know what we're doing. So if you can take out 5, please.
This is an amendment, and Councillor DeLuca is the mover, and he can take out what...
And it's specifically to those 2 areas. And then, so that Council defer consideration of the Narrabeen to Mona Vale precinct as well as the North Balgala precinct, pending answers to those, 2, that the remaining precincts as follows. Okay, so C isn't necessary because that's in the paragraph 1. Or we could even put in, just so it's certain, precinct as well as North Narrabeen precinct, pending answers to those that made representations at the council meeting, as well as after representations at the end, and Manly ward councillors, and Manly ward councillors undertaking a site inspection of the designated areas in North Balgala. And then does B conflict with 1? So delete B. And so if there's problems with Pip Water 2, why don't we just defer the whole thing for a month? Well, your ward councillor colleague, Councillor Singh, has said he's got issues. there's no need to fast track this. Staff have said it's not going to affect funding. A proposal to reduce speed limits by 40 to 30 is significant, so why don't we just defer the whole thing?
Can I ask a couple of questions? If I can,
Yeah.
staff?
Councillor Beaujard, then I've got Councillor Causey, and I think someone's underneath that as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll try and keep this quick. Through you, there are 47 precincts across the LGA that are being considered for the Safer Neighbourhoods programme. Is that correct?
I think it might be 43.
Okay, some number around 40 will do. 42 is a better number, but we'll move on. Do you have any other plans ready to go apart from these three? I.e., would you have some in the Kilco ward?
We're doing some early work on a number of other precincts at the moment, but we haven't got funding to do the studies at this time.
Okay, so if, for example, the other ward councillors felt due to community feedback they needed to defer their Safer Neighbourhoods programme, would we be in a position to accelerate other precincts?
We would need to talk to the funding body, Transport for New South Wales, in regard to that.
Thank you.
I have a question, Mayor.
Actually, the next person was Councillor Beaujard, then Councillor Causey, then Councillor Dillon, and then Councillor Hackman.
Can I just clarify the motion, the amendment before the chair?
Yes, it looks
So
a bit of a
the
dog's
amendment
breakfast
before the
here at
chair,
moment. Yep.
I take it is we're just at this present time, while Councillor Singh wanted a deferral of Pittwater as well, the present amendment only defers Narrabeen to Monavale, North Balgowlah, but Councillor Singh also wants Avalon to Palm Beach.
Well, it's your amendment, Councillor DeLuca. Do you want to add it in?
I think so, if that's...
You want to
yeah.
defer everything and add that the
I just think that'd be
Manly
cleaner if we...
councillors have a site visit?
Yeah, I just think that's
basically it.
cleaner, yeah. Well, if Kilco Ward and Frenchs Forest are happy, let's just then defer everything except Kilco Ward and Frenchs Forest.
Well, there wasn't anything in those wards, so that's why
Oh,
it
God,
was
what am I
easy.
thinking? I think they're trying to steal our money.
Okay, so while we're waiting for the correct wording there, Councillor Beaujard, did you have a question or anything about this amendment?
I've already asked my questions, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Councillor Causey, you had your light on. But then I had Councillor Dillon as well, so I don't know if you're together or two separate questions.
Two separate. We might overlap. So could we just see the whole thing on the screen to start? Because at the moment I can't see what's amendment and what's at the bottom. Oh, no, it's getting worse.
Oops.
So that's the amendment, and then
So
where's
hang
the
on, sorry.
remainder?
Inspection of the designated areas, or do we need to specify Manly councillors in the North Balgowlah area?
I think that's what councillors for Manly wanted. Yes? Okay, so can that please revert back to what we had?
It's just much more specific, and then nobody's guessing.
And also the bit about that the questions. So what we had before.
It might be nice to note that you need more footpaths in North Balgowlah, but the reality of it is, as we know, that this Safer Neighbourhoods program does not supply money for footpaths. Yeah.
So can we put that as one? And then in relation to the Pittwater one, can we put that as a second one and vote on it in seriatim so that, hang on a sec. So then if the Pittwater councillors and others are so opposed to deferring the Pittwater matter, it doesn't adversely affect the Manly and the Narrabeen ward matter. So defer the item, no, so defer Narrabeen to Mona Vale and Manly. So seed number 1, just change that to defer Narrabeen to Mona Vale, and that answers to questions by residents raised at, yep. Yep. And then to defer Avalon to Palm Beach. And then that's it. And then I move that those two be voted on in seriatim so the Pittwater councillors can vote necessarily if they do want a deferral or if they don't. So I've separated it out so it doesn't affect every project. Is Councillor Robins happy with that? Thank you. So I'll move a procedural motion that 1 and 2, and that's all there is at the present under the amendment, be voted on in seriatim.
Councillor Causey, you had your light on first.
That procedural motion isn't
sorry,
there.
Is it a question or?
Question, yeah.
Just a quick question because the procedural motion's up about dealing it within seriatim, unless you want to second Councillor De Luca's procedural motion.
No, I just
thought I'd ask.
I just want to check, given that it's possible that some of the items in seriatim may not get up, and some of the feedback I've had from Pittwater residents was about the speed limits outside schools. I'd really like to have that included as one of the items.
Okay, noted. All right, so we've got to go back to the motion in seriatim first. Seconded by Councillor Robins.
Madam Mayor, I have a question. When you're ready.
Councillor Bingham, quick question. We've got to vote on this.
I'll vote on that, but then I have a question.
Okay.
We've also got
So we're voting.
Councillor Dillon.
End of questions. We're in the middle of a procedural motion, which is we're voting on whether we're going to deal with this in seriatim. What does in seriatim mean? It means number 1, we vote on number 1. Number 2, we vote on number 2. So it's separated out. Each one you can vote for or against. Okay, those who, so I put this to the vote, that if you vote in seriatim or want to vote in seriatim, please raise your hand. Okay, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltman, Councillor De Luca, Councillor Singh, Councillor Causey and Councillor Robins. Those against? Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan. You are For, okay, and I'm against. No idea, lost. Okay, so we're back now to the amendment.
Can I ask my question now, please?
Yes, you can, Councillor Bingham. I'm sorry, we
No,
had to
that's
do a
okay.
little bit of that first.
Can I just get clarity from the staff? So the overall proposal for North Balgowlah that was in the attachments, is that still the proposal that we're going with?
Through the CEO.
In other words, has anything
Councillor
been
Causey,
changed?
can you turn your light off so that I can get a response? Thanks.
Has
Got you
anything
down.
been changed since the printing of the attachments in the agenda?
I believe the map you're holding was the original proposal that was advertised, which is different to the proposal that is being put to council tonight.
It was in our papers. It was updated.
Through you, Mayor Hines, there is a revised proposal. The original proposal and the revised proposal were both included with the council papers. What we are proposing is the revised proposal.
What page was that on?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
You'll see in the attachments.
1085. Well, 87 was the old proposal. It was just such a mess.
Now, while we are waiting for that, I'd like to go to Councillor Dillon and Councillor Causey, who I think both have had their lights on. Oh, yes, and I haven't forgotten you, Councillor Williams. I'm sorry.
So, question to staff, Mayor. At the end of last year, when we all were first elected, there was quite an extensive consultation with Residents Association and the community in the Pittwater ward, as well as a couple of Saturdays that we had residents come in and presentations to all our Residents Association and commentary for feedback with Phil and staff, etc. Did that happen in all wards?
I don't think it did.
Through you, Madam
Through
Mayor.
the CEO, yes?
Yes, it did.
Oh, it did. There you go.
Thank you.
Less excitement down at North Balgowlah. Councillor Causey, did you have a quick question? No, okay. Do we come up with a
I
number?
still don't quite get how, could staff, through you, Mayor, please advise how I can get that amendment about the school zones back into this motion, please.
That will be up to, at the moment, we're up to this amendment, which has Councillor De Luca and Councillor Oben. So, Councillor De Luca, do you want to add?
Thank you. Just speaking to the amendment, there are significant concerns in the Narrabeen ward, that some of which you've heard tonight, and there are questions that have remained unanswered. So that's why we seek to defer Mona Vale and Narrabeen to Mona Vale, and then, as Councillor Bingham and Grattan have stated, this is the first time without briefing that they have seen this. In relation to the deferral of Avalon to Palm Beach, that's just a mere deferral, and when the matter comes back, you would be able to move your proposals regarding speeding, lowering of speed provisions then. So this is just a mere deferral.
Okay, so back to the original question. What page is the updated revised version on the attachments?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 1087 is the actual original proposal. From 1088 onwards is the revised proposal in detail.
For North Balgowlah, that shows the feedback that was received. Councillor Williams, I know you've been waiting patiently, and I'm sorry that I didn't get
Quite
back
all
to
right.
you earlier.
Quite all right. Thank you very much, Mayor. Through you to the staff, how much time do we have before we lose the funding? I mean, how much delay is there built into this process?
Through you, Madam Mayor, at this stage we would work with Transport for New South Wales on the end date for the grant program. They understand where we're up to in terms of the timing of this program, and we've kept them in the loop through this process. So at this stage I wouldn't say there's a hard end date, but we would like to move forward with this project given the time spent on it to date.
Sometime this year.
Through you, Mayor Hines, we would like to progress this matter. Yes.
Councillor Hearn-Jack, I saw you had a light on as well.
Thanks, Mayor. If I could just clarify some process through you to staff. If this amendment doesn't get up, will we revert to the staff's recommendation, or does that require a foreshadowed amendment?
We revert back to what's above the amendment. Let's have a look at it to see, oh gosh, which version is it?
Shouldn't it be the one that I'd amended though? Because
Yes,
I
would
had
have thought
moved.
so.
Yeah.
It's all gone. It's gone.
We jumped straight into an amendment, so we never actually got to the
Yeah. So, no, we don't have that one. Councillor Grattan, you might have to foreshadow something.
Yeah.
Because it got changed. Change it back.
School
there we
zones.
go. Look at that.
Oh, yeah, it's got school zones.
Okay, there's the school zones are back. Okay. All right, so now we're on this amendment. Which is basically defer everything, but not Pittwater. Oh no, it is defer Pittwater, I take that back. It is defer everything. Okay, we're happy with that, we think. Put that to the vote.
Can we do debate on that? I'd like to speak against the motion, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Against the amendment.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, now we can put it to the vote. Damn. Okay, I was going to say that was it, was it? I was only hoping.
Well, no one's really moved it, so, but I'm happy to speak against it.
Yeah,
if
okay, please speak against it.
Look, as far as these whole projects have gone, the staff have done significant community consultation, and all of the feedback we're seeing says the following. It says, I agree with the safer neighbourhoods, with slowing the speeds down, but we need to move this parking here, and we need to move this roundabout here, and this high-profile pedestrian crossing needs to be changed. And all of those may be valid, but I'm not sure that's a matter for this chamber. I think the matter for this chamber is one of strategy. Do we want safer neighbourhoods or not? I think we have a vehicle for that precise work, and I think that's done in the local traffic committee with traffic engineers. I don't know the qualifications of everyone around the table, but I'm not a traffic engineer, and I know when I meet some of them, they have really good answers and understand this. So I'm not sure what deferring will buy us, except some additional comfort for councillors when we can already get representation from people to the traffic committee. We can consider those items, we can make changes, and we can move forward with using state funding to make our roads safer. That's why I'm not in favour of the amendment of deferring.
Thank you. Councillor Causey.
Look, I'd like to support Councillor Bojar's comments, but I'd also say that in Pittwater we have had considerable consultation. We've had staff attend the Palm Beach and Wild Beach Residents Association meeting, apparently Newport Residents Association as well, and there was a poll taken at the Palm Beach and Well Beach Residents Association that indicated there was very strong support for it with, minor opposition. We've got the community engagement reports here. I've seen comments on Facebook, heard people talking, and the main opposition I've heard was about the school zones and the need to bring them into, make them consistent with the lower speed limits in local streets. So certainly from the Pittwater point of view, I'm confident that residents actually would like to see this go ahead.
Okay. Oh, Councillor Robins. I knew it was someone in this direction. I didn't realise it was right to my left.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I've obviously seconded this amendment. To me, it was really important. We had a very large vocal meeting in Narrabeen, and where I think there was over 100 people. There were much more than 100 people there, and there's been a lot of discussion on our local social media, and look, it was really great because it was a lot of community participation, a lot of staff input, which we're very grateful for. For I think Councillor DeLuca and I are saying is that our community agrees generally with the whole project. There's no doubt about that, and the changes. It was very clear they wanted those one-way streets gone, which they've done. We're asking for it to be deferred because of Ms McDonald's and the other gentleman's questions which came up tonight. I don't see the Traffic Committee as being the place for these questions to be answered. So it's not about process. It was, I think that if these questions came up at the Traffic Committee, it may well have to be deferred. And also you don't know if the residents can actually get to the Traffic Committee to ask these questions. So that's why I'm just asking your support just for the Narrabeen Monorail for it to be deferred. Thank you.
Okay, if no one else has anything to say, we can put this to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltman, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh and Councillor Robins. Those against? Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey and myself. Lost. Back to the motion. Councillor Grattan.
So as we discussed earlier, if we take out North Balgala out of point 3 so that it's in each area, then Narrabeen issues can be dealt with before it goes to Traffic Committee or at Traffic Committee. Those examples, I mean, it's inclusive, those examples, and it might be other things. I don't know if we want to reference the key issue for Narrabeen around the, was it Narrabeen
Can
Street
we just
parking,
say, if you're willing, as a dot point, that the Traffic Committee consider and review the concerns raised by Ms Helen Prentice, Mr Kevin Harding, Ms Sue McDonald, and who was that gentleman? I don't have the list in front of me. Kenneth Little.
Mr Kenneth Hill.
Choosing favourites.
So just
No
then,
No names.
the residents that raised concerns at the council meeting of 15 April, as well as correspondence received from residents. Do we need to say Narrabeen or not? No. So after this is considered at the Traffic Committee, is it reported back to Council for consideration?
Through you, Mayor Hines, no. It would then go to implementation.
Okay, Councillor Grattan, you happy with that?
I'm just wondering if we've got enough time before what's the date of the May Traffic Committee?
What's the date of the May Traffic Committee? Please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the first Tuesday in May.
First Tuesday in May is the answer.
Will there be time to review these issues before that meeting, given Easter, Anzac Day, etc., or do we need to just push that to June?
Through you, Mayor Hines, yes, there's time to review this. A number of the issues raised have been raised already, but we can reconsider them, and people can also come and speak to Traffic Committee.
Okay, if no one else has anything to say, Councillor Dillon.
Yes. So through you, Mayor, is item number 4 still relevant, or should that be covered in as a separate item? Because it's a different set of works and under different funding.
It's just reflecting the feedback from the consultation in the consultation document. Every second person was talking about footpaths, so I'm just noting it for the community.
It might just be better to be covered off as a separate issue because we get the same thing every day, everywhere we go.
Yeah, you can move an amendment, but I'm going to leave it in there because that's what the community's telling me very loudly and strongly.
Okay, all right. Moving on, Councillor Ernjack.
Thanks, Mayor.
Sorry, have you got more questions?
No, can I move an amendment to remove that? If that...
Could I suggest you just add "and Pittwater" to the North Bargala?
Yeah, we have a problem with footpaths everywhere, which is why we have a budget concentrating on roads and footpaths.
Or remove the words "in North Balgowlah." Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, we're happy with that. Councillor Ernjack, are you happy too?
Yeah, I was just going to foreshadow the original staff recommendation if this doesn't get up.
All right. We're putting this up for the vote. Do you still want it foreshadowed before we vote? Okay, all right. Can we just put a foreshadowed, just in case this one falls through? Just never know, last minute thought. Seconded by Councillor Hackman. There we go. Just to make sure that there's a foreshadowed. All right, so we're now voting on this one with 5 different points. All those in favour, I'm just making sure we all know exactly which one we're voting on. Unanimous, you're voting on it, don't worry. It's passed. All right, procedural motion that we move into confidential, seconded by Councillor Robins. All those in favour? Declare that carried. Yeah. We're in open. Okay, so we're back in open session. Okay, so we are just displaying our confidential items that we just voted on for the keyless community keyless access to our community centres, not keyless communities, that would be a bit sad. Currawong Beach cottages and the Stuart Somerville Bridge repairs. And was there anything else? No. Okay, excellent. Notices of motion. You do know? Okay, so we're up to 14.3, procedural motion. Oh, okay, sorry about that. There was a procedural motion that we almost tried to do in confidential, which was to extend the meeting for an extra 30 minutes. So all those in favour? Everyone except Councillor Grattan. Oh, and Councillor Robins. Sorry about that. There's always about two. Actually, it should be me too. Okay, we can do it. Come on. All right. Okay, so I had 14.3. Oh, 14.1. Oh, okay, question. Sorry about that. So, yes, Councillor Hernjack's motion.
And question from
Yep, okay. Councillor Hernjack, do you want to actually questions first? You've got a question, yes. I know. Yeah. Seconder, Councillor Glanville. I'm very aware Councillor De Luca has a question. Waiting patiently.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just in relation to the email that we got from Councillor Hernjack, is there any knowledge of how much this has cost Canterbury Bankstown Council to implement? Is that this one? Yep.
Through the CEO to Mr Dickinson.
Through you, Mayor Hines, I'm not aware of any costs that were associated with the Canterbury Bankstown piece of work. I don't have any information in that regard.
Would you please be able to take that on notice and come back to us, or me?
Through you, Mayor Hines, yes, I can do that.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yep, just one.
Councillor
How does
Grattan?
this we're part of the, what's it called, the cities, the Councillor
Better cities?
Warren's.
No? Oh, Resilient Sydney? No?
God, you think I'd look it up and ask the question, wouldn't you? We're part of that group, Councillor.
Part of the city's power partnership, but it is just in relation to renewable.
So it's just how does it differ, I guess?
I think that this is a broader policy platform than the city's power. Oh God, now I've made me. The city's power partnership is more focused on renewable energy. This is a more general set of asks from the Nature Conservation Council around nature conservation in general.
Okay, Councillor Williams, any questions?
Not a question, it was a statement of support.
Okay, lovely. Councillor Hernjack, are you speaking
Question,
as the mover, or you've got a question about your notice of motion?
I do.
Okay.
Through you to staff, could I just confirm that this won't be an unnecessary impost on council resources or time?
Through you, Mayor Hines, no, it will not. The intention is to provide a very high-level response to the document as per the notice of motion, it will not be in the same form or detail as what's been provided by Canterbury Bankstown.
Thank you. And just noting that Canterbury Bankstown didn't recommend any policy changes were needed, would it be safe to assume that their only expenditure to furnish that report was staff time?
Through you, Mayor Hines, that would be my assumption.
Thank you. That's all.
Councillor Hackman, you have a question?
It is a question. Well, I'll try to frame it as one. My thoughts about this are to do with the fact that the Nature Conservation Council are the group of people who really do the thinking that I know that I don't have the capacity to do. They're things like, if we consider Pittwater, we are really concerned about our, dogs on beaches and tree canopy and all of those environmental risks. But we don't often consider what's actually happening in that huge habitat that is the ocean. And the Nature Conservation Council does some amazing work considering things that are a little bit further ahead. And
Is there a question in there, Councillor Hackman?
There is. How quickly can we get this done?
Mr Dickinson, how quickly can we get this done, is the question.
Through you, Mayor Hines, we'll have to work our way through that, but I would imagine somewhere between 3 to 6 months, just depending on what the other priorities of the team are.
Okay. Do you want any right of reply, Councillor Hernjack?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, we put this... oh, sorry, I didn't see you, Councillor Glanville.
Well, we never had actually any debate.
No, I don't think you'll find there probably is much debate, is my guess. I'm just really keen to keep moving on. So putting this to the vote, all those in favour? Unanimous, declare that carried. There you go. 14.3, Councillor De Luca, are you moving this as is or...?
No, it's Councillor Glanville's motion.
Yep.
I'm just asking a question.
You're just asking questions? Okay.
Yep. So just in relation...
We're not up to 14.3 on the screen. Have we got a frozen moment, perhaps?
They're using my computer.
Oh, something's happening. Seconded by Councillor Bingham. How about that? Bit different. Yes. All right. Question, Councillor De Luca.
Thank you. Just in relation to Clause 1, potentially suitable locations on council-owned land for affordable housing, would that not require most properties on the Northern Beaches, noting the report that we received just after the notice of motion that I put up, wouldn't this require potential reclassification from community to operational land? Will that be identified in the report?
Through the CEO too, Mr Pfeiffer.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we would intend to actually report back as per the notice of motion to actually report on what land we have, what would be suitable and what changes might be necessary for that land.
So that will cover the issue of whether reclassifications and the process?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that's correct.
Okay. In relation to the potential models options for redevelopment, will the report also cover private-public partnerships, purchase or lease?
Through you, Mayor Hines, I don't think that's the intent of the notice of motion as it's stated.
It's quite open regarding potential models options for redevelopment. Wouldn't that be required in view of council's financial situation? We're not providers of affordable housing. We're not going to manage affordable housing. So wouldn't options of having private providers managing those or public-private development agreements come in as well? Surely that clause 2 is quite broad, potential models, options for redevelopment.
Through you, Madam Mayor, our intention, should this proceed, would be to talk about the models and the legislation around it. I don't see that the intention of this notice of motion is to actually talk in detail about public-private partnerships. However, that's a matter for council if they want to delve further.
Okay, Councillor Williams, do you have a question?
Yeah, I'm trying to think that there are councils that do have extensive social housing portfolios. I just can't think of which particular ones they are at the moment.
So the question is?
Is the staff aware of what councils do have social housing portfolios and
Affordable housing, you mean?
affordable housing, sorry, and how profitable that is, or how much of a cost it is to the council?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we are working with other councils to see their models and to actually understand what they're looking at, yes.
Okay. No more questions. Anyone want to go in debate? Anybody want to have a final reply? Councillor Glanville.
I'll keep it brief.
Mm-hmm.
I
She
think
says
housing
with a smile.
affordability is one of the critical issues facing people in the Northern Beaches, both at the very beginning of their lives and also, unfortunately, people at towards the other end of their life. Older women leaving relationships with no assets. So we know that we'll have the money coming in, and this is just about making sure that we're earmarking potential properties that we could redevelop and looking at what models exist. In relation to 2, I phrased it pretty openly to give the staff a lot of leeway to think about different models and come back with some recommendations. So I'm excited to see what they come up with.
Okay, that was your right of reply. Put this to the vote. All those in favour? Declare that carried, unanimous. Thank you. Next one up is 14.4. Councillor De Luca. So this was Councillor Hernjack and Councillor Beaujard as the mover and the seconder. Councillor De Luca. Question?
Thank you. In relation to A, official audio-visual and IT support for YAG meetings, including table microphones, live agenda minutes projected onto desktop and chamber screens, would that not require council staff support and attendance? And if so, how much would that cost?
Through the CEO to Mr Kerr.
Thank you, Mayor. My understanding of the motion is that if passed, we would bring that information back to council for their consideration. But my brief answer is yes, there would be an additional cost to doing those things because we do not do them now.
Are there any other committees or advisory groups of council that have similar?
Through you, Mayor, to my understanding, no, there's not at this point.
And just in relation to D, the ability for the YAG to prepare and present motions relevant for young people to council, is that permissible under the Local Government Act? Or would it be by recommendation? So they can't just come and put a notice of motion on the agenda. I take it it'd be by recommendation.
Through the CEO, I'm just wondering if that was similar to the YAG coming and presenting at briefings every 3 or 4 months.
Through you, Mayor, the considerations of the Local Government Act would be part of what we will be reporting back on this matter, and we would give that issue further consideration, making sure that anything that does get put forward isn't in breach of the Act.
Thank you.
Okay, no other questions. Any other councillor would like to say something? No? Okay. Original mover, Councillor Ernjack? Nothing? Okay, we'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? Declare that carried unanimous. All right. So we have left 16.1. Councillor Glanville and Councillor De Luca, both of you had questions. Who would like to ask a question first? Okay, Councillor Glanville.
Thank you. Following on from the responses to the question with notice and Mr Burns' public forum speech, are you able to confirm how the Northern Beaches ranks in terms of expenditure per capita on libraries out of the 90 library services in New South Wales?
Through the CEO to Ms. Masterton.
Masterton. Thank you,
Sorry.
Mayor. The answer is 51st.
Thanks.
For 22-23.
Thank you. And are you able to confirm how this LGA ranks on library materials expenditure on a per capita basis?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the answer is 50th for 22-23.
Thanks. And are you able to confirm how our LGA ranks on expenditure for library salaries per capita?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the answer is 45th.
Thanks. And are you able to describe to what extent library services in the community are delivered by volunteers rather than paid staff?
Through you, Madam Mayor, library services have around 177 volunteers. Volunteers do not undertake core duties. They're an amazing part of the library service, and they deliver a lot of really value-added services, things like Justice of the Peace or our tech help, but they are not a replacement for paid and trained library staff. Without them, we certainly couldn't run those types of the services. We also operate volunteer opportunities for adults living with a disability and for students completing their Duke of Edinburgh community placements.
Am I correct in understanding some of the libraries in our community are community volunteer-led libraries? And
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that's correct. Northern Beaches Council supports 5 community library organisations which are wholly community led and run to operate community library services across the Northern Beaches. They have been running for some time and they all run in different models across the Northern Beaches.
Thanks. Finally, does Council have any data around the age demographics of our community library users who use physical media as opposed to digital media? And does Council staff have any sort of awareness why different users are still remaining with physical, although digital has become an option?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Council doesn't have data about who's using what. What we can tell you is what the percentage is between physical and digital use. So in 23-24, we had about 1.5 million loans, around 68% is physical and 32% is digital. So overwhelmingly, the preference is still physical. And there's a lot of reasons for that. So for some audiences, like children, picture books will always remain the physical preference. The digital options just aren't appropriate for that age groups. For others, it will be around digital affordability or digital capacity and preferences to engage with digital opportunities. What we see overwhelmingly is adults will prefer physical options, but they will use digital when it's convenient, like travelling, for example, is a really good example. We are finding that some formats are really driving digital use. So things like e-audiobooks are really driving circulation, where the physical copies are sort of dying out on that format. But at this stage, we don't anticipate that there will be a large transition to digital in the short term.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor De Luca.
Thank you. In relation to question 2 and 3, has Council completed a feasibility study to reduce the number of library locations post-amalgamation? And 3, has Council quantified the savings that could be achieved through any consolidation? And the answers to both were no. And similarly on question 1 in relation to capital expenditure, and whether Council has any data or research on capital expenditure, and as you just stated and in the answer, particularly in relation to 2 and 3, why haven't those two issues been countenanced previously by management?
Through you, Mayor, Council adopted in 2023 its library strategy, which was the opportunity for consideration of how and to what extent library services would run across the Northern Beaches. Our community satisfaction survey indicates that the importance of library services is increasing, and that our community are generally very satisfied with the service that they are provided. So there was no imperative to consider any service reductions or the like in those in terms of answering those questions.
As you're aware, the Avalon Customer Service Centre was subject to changes or abolition, if you want to call it that. Was that part of a post-amalgamation strategy? And would not that have been the appropriate time to consider libraries as well? Noting that a number of people wanted to maintain that service. Post-amalgamation, we were told that all of this was going to be reviewed, so I'm just concerned that it wasn't.
Through to the CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Councillors. Without in any way wanting to prolong the meeting, I just remind all councillors answers to questions with notice allow further questions to those issues, but don't allow an expansion into other areas. So
I was just using that as an example.
This particular topic.
So post-amalgamation, we were promised that all assets would be reviewed. There's an example of one that was reviewed that the community were happy with. So why was this not reviewed? Was it on a schedule or not?
Through the CEO, but I kind of, Councillor De Luca, we have a very, we have a library service that
Sorry,
community...
it's a question to the CEO.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just so I can understand the question, it was why...
So one of the reasons with amalgamation, we were told that all assets were going to be reviewed, and post-amalgamation, I was under the assumption that all assets were being reviewed, and therefore when it states that this was not and quantified savings weren't, why did it not occur? That's my main supplementary question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, I'd need to get back to you on that. I can only explain the what tonight, the why I would
Okay, I'm happy for you to take that on further notice. Thank you.
Okay. With that over, thank you one and all. I'd like to declare the business this evening over, and thank you very much. And the meeting is closed at 3 minutes past 11. Thank you and have a good night.